Welcome everyone back and to OWCS Korea Stage 2 Week 3 day number 2 here as we are wrapping things up almost the second to last day of the regular season. Some crazy matches that have been going on yesterday. There was some fire in it, but today some crazy matchups that might just decide the top first and second slot from the middle match today. Very exciting day for Korea for certainly as we wrap things out for the regular season.
Yeah, as we get down to it here, there's going to be a lot on the line in the next couple of days. And even when the lower end teams, because we're going to start off with Vec and HaeJeokDan. And really, I mean, when we get to that one, it's you want to stay out of the 7th and 8th slot. So even fighting for 5th and 6th, fighting for the top seed, getting into the top 4. I mean, all of these things are going to have huge implications going forward. So even matches that you're like, well, these aren't the greatest teams, like they're fighting for a lot because the less games you have to play, the less risk that you're putting at yourself to get knocked out. So 7th and 8th are going to have to fight each other out first. And in both of these teams that I think we're going to come up first are really fighting to stay in that 6th spot to not have to go into the first elimination match, which is going to be next week.
Some very important matches as we go forward. As VC, HUD, very important match. Also, Zeta versus Crazy Raccoon. I think that's really the highlight of the day that everyone's been waiting for. Who's going to be the first and who's going to record a loss? That's a big moment. And I've heard that it's a packed studio again. Of course, you can't miss it. It's a Saturday. You just have to get down to the WDG studio to find out who's likely. Of course, we will have the sitting matches coming up next week. But before that, for the regular season, I think it's a really good insight to see who's going to be adjusting to the newest meta. And I've seen you and Unknown yesterday. Again, talking about the patch, I think we are still adjusting a little bit, seeing some changes, some aggressive supports. That's always Korea, but a lot more aggressive supports than before, even because of the Lucio attack buff and also the Kiriko base attack buff. So those things are somewhat coming to an effect, and supports are now realizing, I can actually contribute a lot more to teamfight now. I can get kills, can grab those kills, and I think that's helping a lot more for the dive. As we get through a lot more patch notes, we'll just mention a lot more if you have missed it at all.
Yeah, I think that the supports have always known that they can get kills. I mean, especially just based on how some of the supports that have been coming out in the last, I guess, couple of years. You're not sitting on a Mercy in the back just holding right click and left click. You've got a lot of agency with these supports up front. Interesting of note, though, you mentioned the patch. Live patch came in through today. Very quickly. So Illari got nerfed a little bit. The damage goes down. And I believe Tracer in the ever ongoing saga of 6 damage per bullet versus 5.5 damage per bullet, which keeps going up and then back down and up and back down.
I think
we're back down to 5.5.
It makes sense because from 6 to 5.5, that's about 9% decrease if you look into percentage. And then if you take into account that the health decrease from 250 to 225, that's about 10% decrease. So it kind of makes sense because Tracer for 225, you can do so much more damage, but with that 9% decrease, that should be about the same amount of bullets you need to require to get those kills. Right. Especially for I believe the 9 heroes that got health decrease.
Yeah, but I mean, it does make Tracer worse against everyone who didn't get the health increases. I don't think it's going to play an enormous factor because I think Tracer is still just one of the only viable damage dealers. I mean, everyone kind of complains about Tracer's this good and that good. And it's like, well, you kind of just have to look at everyone else. And Tracer is good, but it's that the rest of the damage roster is not very good at a lot of spots. So it's like you're picking one of the only viable ones. And I think at the highest levels here, I mean, Tracer still works really well at 5.5 if you're coordinating the dive well enough. It's just when you're off on your own and trying to play your own little Tracer game, then that damage nerf is going to come into effect. I don't think it's going to change a ton of the compositions tonight. I also think that, thank you for Crazy Raccoons to be like, hey, Sojourn's still not good. Hey, Life Weaver still not good. Still not viable here. They tried it out a little bit and almost threw a match, actually. So, yeah,
but they came back though. That's the power of Crazy Raccoons.
They did.
They can always come back. That's crazy power that they can show.
It was bonkers. It was a little bit dumb. But yeah, that's just how good they are. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see a ton of different compositional changes, even with the Tracer changes. I still don't even think you're going to see Illari played much less. I just think the absolute damage output, the comps that Illari is in is still going to be fine, even though you're losing the damage a little bit. It's not a brutal amount of damage, although it does change some breakpoints. But with the poke compositions that you want to run Alari in, I think there's no one to really replace that. So I don't think you're going to start running like Baptiste instead of Alari in those comps. I just think Alari is just that good right now.
Yeah, Alari, especially for that, we've seen it a lot with the combo with Sigma on Circuit Royale, and some of the other maps, a lot less on the other maps, but I think will still be very strong. My question is that are we going to see some more Sojourns kicking back in, because Sojourn did get a buff?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lip tried it out a little bit, but still, like, just not. It's the burst damage that never really got touched again, right? So you're getting Railgun a little bit faster, but it doesn't really matter. It's just not the same as it once was. I mean, maybe teams will try it out. Never say never. But here are the standings, and as you can see, everything's really tight. And our second match of the night, Crazy Raccoon vs Zeta Division, very likely going to be for the first place, because I don't see them losing to anybody else. So that one's going to be critical. But you start looking at between like 3, 4, 5, like the top 4 automatically qualify going forward. The bottom 4 are going to have to fight it out. 7 and 8 will play each other immediately. So you look at 6 and 7 right now, which is going to be our first matchup. You'd have to imagine that whoever loses that is probably going to finish out 7th and have to play Old Ocean immediately to see who gets knocked out next week. So just a ton on the line when you look at, like, the top 4 is really important, and then 7 and 8 is really important. You want to stay in that 6th slot and play less games. Map pool, we've seen a lot of Runasapi. Whenever we see Old Ocean play, I can guarantee you we're going to see Paraiso and Suravasa. That is their go-to. But some of these maps not super represented lately. We've kind of fallen into a pattern as far as maps go.
Yeah, a lot in that way. And I think we have to kind of see. Might have... Oh, after the patch, I was expecting some other map rotation. We've had some map rotational changes in the map pool. I think right before moving into the playoffs, I believe in Stage 1. I was wondering if that was ever going to be the deal, because it did change some of the preferences for the team on the map selection going forward. So that's something else that you want to keep in mind. Here's the matchup that we've been saying a lot. DC DAEJEON versus HaeJeokDan. Oh, that's big. That's 6 and 7th right there.
Yeah. I'm saying that just with the assumption that Old Ocean is probably going to finish 8th. They just don't look like they're going to have enough to carry through and beat any of the teams remaining. So, but yeah, the first elimination match next week is our first match of the week. It is the 7th and 8th seed, and whoever loses that is straight up out. And then we go through and finish out the rest of it. But also, seeding going forward, just going back to the map pool. So far, because no one's technically a higher seed just yet, we've been just kind of auto-picking the control maps. But once we have seeding in place and we have higher seeds, higher seed gets to pick that first control map, which might end up being critical.
A lot will matter going forward into next week. We got some extra stage fashion for VC DAEJEON coming up on stage. Some umbrellas, some sunglasses, and some cones on top. We have the 5 up on stage, all 6 of them on stage, including Farmer and Gurum. We've been doing okay, but recently, not as much against Fnatic. They got 1 map off of. Other than that, not much for the 4 previous matches that they had to go through. So, going to be an important match to morale booster if they can actually get a win against HaeJeokDan tonight. VEC
has done way better than they did in Stage 1, so props to them. Already improving. Roster has changed and improved. HaeJeokDan, the interesting map yesterday came out. Got a little pirate hat behind. So yeah, I mean, this is a team with still a ton of talent, but just hasn't really been able to put it together and get those wins. But this one, like I mentioned, it's 2 of the lower level teams that have struggled so far in this stage. But this ends up being like the critical matchup for them to stay out of that really low end, because after this, VEC plays Crazy Raccoon next, and then HaeJeokDan plays Poker Face. So you don't assume wins there, so this win probably gets you the 6th spot and keeps you out of that first elimination game.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. The future matches look very tough for both teams. VEC against Crazy Raccoon, HaeJeokDan versus Poker Face. So they really need to grab maximum win, and only one team can grab that win, and they will boost them up to 2 wins of the series for the season. Very likely to be the finish. So let's see what they can actually bring it on the stage and what they can perform on the live patch, because a lot are still, there are a lot of questions. I think there's still somewhat of room. It wasn't an enormous patch, but I think it was large enough that a lot of the Korean players are still trying to figure out what's the best, and especially what works the best with the new support. A lot of health decreases. Do we just have to dive in with the tank, with the DPS, or can we actually stay on the back and get harassed by the Tracer? And it had a lot of questions like that from the Korean community for the past 3 days.
Well, the system that we have in OWCS is different than we've had in years prior in Overwatch League and things like that, where a patch would come through and it would be weeks before we saw it hit tournament play.
Yep.
Now we're playing on live, so it's going to take a little bit longer for these patch changes to take effect, for teams to really figure it out in scrims and in, you know, just ladder play and practice to figure out, oh, this might actually be good. So I think like this week, you're not necessarily going to see a ton of different changes, but maybe next week something comes out that people figured out, it's like, oh, this is actually really good.
We'll see. And let's get to hear from the team beforehand. Quest, take it away for the translation.
OWCS Korea Stage 2. 안녕하세요.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the first team rep interview of the day. Of course, the two team representatives on stage for VAC and HaeJeokDan respectively. Of course, first, the introductions for each team rep. On VC side, we have
VC 대전에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 다트입니다.
Dart.
네, 멋진 꽃갈 모자를 쓰고 등장하신 다트 선수입니다. 자, 그렇다면 해적단 팀도 만나볼까요?
And on HaeJeokDan side,
안녕하세요.
we have Vendime
메인 힐러를 맡고 있는
with the pirate hat on. And for those that don't know, HaeJeokDan means the pirates
딘다임 선수입니다.
in
자,
Korean.
먼저 VC
So
대전팀. 지난 푸나틱
the first question goes to
경기에서
VAC.
마지막 세트에서
While
아쉽게
VAC lost the
패배했지만
final map
다트
versus
선수에
Fnatic,
대한
of course,
재평가가
many have
이루어졌거든요.
evaluated your own
엄청나게
performance to be
좋은
very
성적을 보이고 있는데
well.
어떻게 생각하세요?
So how do you evaluate your own last match?
잘하고 있다고 생각합니다. 저는.
I think I played well.
그만큼 이제 다트 선수 요즘 좀 폼이 남다르다라는 이야기가 많았는데 오늘 경기도 캐리할 수
So
있을까요?
can we see you carry again today? And
네,
he says, of
자, 오늘 경기
course.
캐리 선언 들어봤습니다. 자, 그렇다면 이번에는 해적단.
So, the next question goes to
약탈하겠다는
해적단.
각오를 보여주고 있는 해적단 팀인데요.
So HaeJeokDan keeps
지금까지는
stating that, you know, they're going to quote unquote pirate away the victory. But the wins keep getting stolen away. And so will the team be able to pirate away the victory today?
뭐 저희가 한 끗만 잘 준비해서 딱 가면
I think that's
약탈할 수 있다
as long as we are able to play at 100% and fulfill the extra 2% that we lack, that we will be able to win. So the next question goes to both teams. So both teams are just desperate to climb higher in the standings. So a win is critical today. So please share some words of resolution to the fans. And Dart says, I'll make sure to win 3-0. And as for HaeJeokDan,
저희 팀 밥 안 먹어서
we didn't have anything to eat today, so we'll make sure to win it up early and go have dinner.
빨리 밥 먹으러 가야 되니까 3대0으로 빨리 끝내겠다라고 말씀을 들었습니다. 자,
And that was the team rep interview for the first match of the day. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. Well, Rio, quick dinner is what they're looking for. Since it's the first match, it might be possible if they need that extra energy. The later tonight, we're starting things on Lijiang Tower for the control, and let's see who takes us to the second map after the loss. So a lot more Lijiangs as we have seen, some more adventure, depending on the map, some more Pharah. I don't think the patch really gave us a huge meta change, but I do like seeing some slight signs of change from all teams.
Yeah, also, this is a really nice role as the first map in Control is just selected randomly, but VAC, this is the only Control map that they've won. They're 0-2 on both Nepal and Samoa, but they're 1-0 on Lijiang Tower. Conversely, HaeJeokDan 0-2 on Lijiang Tower and a much better win rate on Nepal and Samoa. So if you're VAC, you're thrilled with this role on Lijiang Tower because it's one of the only maps, well, I mean, frankly, it's one of the only maps they've won this stage. So already the RNG gods favoring VAC here. Yeah, I would imagine just a ton of ball. Like, ball play's got to come out. I'm curious to see what Dart's going to do. Dart's a player that I find fascinating. Like, I think the venture play from Dart has been really good. The echo play has been lackluster. Maybe Dart ends up having to play a Sombra to maybe minimize the impact of a ball play, because we've seen teams try to do that with just how strong Wrecking Ball has been. So yeah, I mean, some slight variations came out. Also, Sombra got a buff, you know, with a lot of damage coming through. So that was something that we saw come in from the patch yesterday that was not previously played as much.
Yeah, Sombra get the speed boost from I believe 45 to 60 on stealth. Also, Virus got some buff, but her HP also got decreased along with a lot of other heroes. So that's another thing. But Sombra's always Sombra. So the fact that she can actually go in the back with higher movement speed, I think that's one. Maybe just to touch the point because of some respawn changes, I think that might be a hint of what they can do. And boys, be ambitious because they're down on the standings on the bottom side, but still they can come out with a win today and maybe hope for a better seeding matches next week. I think that's what they're looking for. At least a win today might be a promising sign for the next week matchup.
Again, just operating under the assumption that Old Ocean is very likely to take 8th place. So this is for 6v7, and they are wildly different outcomes. 7th plays 8th in our first match next week, and whoever loses, they're just gone. They're eliminated, right? So it's absolutely critical to not be in that matchup, to be 6th. That way you face the 5th place team, and then, you know, perhaps steal a win out of one of those. But yeah, this one's really important. Both these teams with only a single win so far this stage. Yeah, a lot to play for. I mean, here's the thing: the single win that both of these teams have this stage is both against Old Ocean.
Yeah, you're right. 3-2 for DAEJEON VC and 3-1 for HaeJeokDan versus Old Ocean. There's the upstat, which means we are ready to kick things into Lijiang Tower. Let's go into our first control map.
대장님은 어떻게 그러시는지 모르겠다니까요.
무슨 말이지?
몇 시간이고
We'll see. Certainly, different players will have different opinions. Some Tracer players actually think this is a huge nerf to her damage. So
Yeah, well, I mean,
I've heard some players saying they will not play Tracer as much. Like, she's not in all maps.
Okay, interesting. I like Gurum on this Junker Queen. He's one of their better heroes, and also pretty good against the Winston that you would expect HaeJeokDan is going to run with Mag. HaeJeokDan running a much more standard composition, but the double flex in the back end, going to be able to play at range here.
Some pressure inside the building. HaeJeokDan surrounding them up on top. VC just having a huge rotation back to the base. And HaeJeokDan getting the free cap burst. Rotation. Touch of the jump from Mag. Taken out immediately. Free throw goes quickly in. Lego helping the end. And there's one back from Bindime, but not much. 2 for 1. HaeJeokDan got the initial touch, but VC DAEJEON with the fight, getting a better end of it. There's a flip, only 12% from HaeJeokDan, catching it back up.
And Mag's going to swap over immediately to the ball. We've seen a ball be much more favored on this map. It looks good, but yeah, well, Kiri's slippery like that.
It was worth a try, and Zest. Tracer will get the dart down. No more Genji on the field. Right next to the capture. That's still there. Tracer seems like still very strong. And HaeJeokDan takes it back now. VC DAEJEON. He had a couple of tools as Jinsung. Rush is there.
It's really just going to hurt Tracer kind of like trying to burn down tanks and help to, you know, pop down a Winston who jumps in early. But like you mentioned, with the 225 damage coming in for the back end, those are usually the Tracer targets you really want. So those matchups shouldn't change too badly.
It should be about the same. Except for the others, it might take a lot more effort to get those damage in, along with the pulse bomb. There it is, Zest. This one on the ground, everyone just moves away from it. He's still safe. You know, so okay, and then range damage. He's doing some.
Purple.
Mag with the nano. Doesn't use the minefield yet, but it seems like that is enough of a trade they're willing to sacrifice with the rush coming out from Jinsung. Still stalling. There's a mine on the point. And that's Mag just stealing things away. Or keeping the percentage for the team and East. Cloud Driver right on the entrance. Looks like Mag is just carrying this team fight for now for HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, I mean, just really nice purple came in there early. Minute got deleted, and that just means that there's going to be no stuns or anything, so it's going to allow the ball to get in there real easily. This is a dangerous rotation to come around this far side.
So even the sound barrier has to be used. It's up to the Captive Sun, limiting that extra damage. You're still in the air. Rotation from DAEJEON. Barrage from the sky. Still survives. There's a flip. DC just looking to clean things up. There's a fight going on all over the place.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble now. They lost on the back and they lost both of their supports. So even though VEC has a couple of these ults here, that's a really nice rampage.
Both Lijiang and Vindime, they will get taken out by Gurum. Great hit. Actually lead them to very likely to a team victory. Hold on, Mac comes in. Maybe save the day. Minute pretty low. Sealed up by the supports, joining in from the spawn. There's a pulse. Now we're going best day for Zest to start things up. Still Pharah in the air. Not really contesting this Pharah much.
That's the story of Stage 2, really. What are you going to do against this Pharah if you're not running Echo?
Yeah,
you do that.
Diva. In your face. They're one of the good tools, one of the best tools. Diva did get a nerf on the Matrix. Still good to go when you're just rushing into Sunjun in the air. So
yeah,
DAEJEON up to 80%.
They reverted a pretty unnecessary buff. Diva's still really strong. Still very strong as the rockets still do so much damage that you're clearing people out on those. But this is the final fight, and Dart has been holding onto this blade for a second. Not much on the side of HaeJeokDan to prevent this either.
And with Blade, here, there's a rush from Jinsung first. HaeJeokDan, no big tools, no ultimate, no check marks yet for this last fight, potentially. They're holding on to that Blade. Here's Dart. For the target, there it is, to Lucio. Flash is one. We get more. Minefield seems to be out on the point. Finds the second support. But other than Mag, there's no one else.
No, they just have to
Stalling
figure out a way to burn
overtime.
down this ball. Just Dart goes down.
Zest goes down. Sunjun has to do extra miles during this overtime to win the team fight, but he goes down. It's only Mag. And no one will touch the point in time at overtime, and VEC takes the first. HaeJeokDan. This might be a bit of a surprise to them as they really want to get the 3-0 dinner.
What an interesting matchup with some of the changes we saw. I mean, I was skeptical that Dart was going to be able to make Cass work at all, but played very passively, didn't go in too far, always kind of taking corners and just taking some pot shots. But really, Gurum was a carry potential there. That was a fight that should have been over, a map that should have been over when they lost both supports, and it was just a Junker Queen. And lines up the two opposing supports on the other side and hits them both with the Rampage. They both get anti-healed, cleans up there, and they get the stall out. So really nice play. And then even when it got real scrappy again, switches to the Diva largely just to get the mobility to come back much faster than the JQ. Ends up dealing with the Pharah, who no one had done anything against yet. So Gurum with probably one of their best showings so far this stage.
Are you all ready, kids? Aye, Mag Captain. Great reference there for the Pirates. Gurum, yeah, as you mentioned, that's on the left. That's the cloud. It means cloud. Gurum means cloud in Korean. So we had a bit of a pause issue from Dart's audio, but it seems to be resolved. We are unpausing as we speak. And Juno, as you can see, very effective in-game yet. But she cannot be played in our competitive matches until the playoffs. So it'll take a couple of weeks until we see her in game.
Yeah, excuse me, I misspoke. Minute was the one trying to play this cast, but played it very passively. And then Dart was kind of just running the Genji in the neutral. They was holding onto that blade forever until the very last second. Saw that the Lucio used the boop and was able to go in. You don't want to engage on a Lucio who's got a boop and kind of it's one of the things that'll ruin your blade. So very, very patient and somewhat passive from the Beck DPS, but they made it work.
And we'll see. Yes, here's Sunjun. Again on Pharah. Room with a great start. Maximus seems to be the big focus for VEC. As we do see Winston just melted down quickly again from the first map. And the first cap again from VEC, DAEJEON.
Bloodless cap. Oh, and I'm getting word that Juno will be enabled August 30th.
Oh, next weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
Initial tweet that say playoff, so
I just read the Discord, man. I don't know.
here's Zest. Oh, Dark gets taken out quickly. That's the thing. The supports. Do you notice that supports are having a lot more kill feed recently after the patch? I think I felt it.
Well, I mean, Lucio and Kiri technically did get damage buffs, so
Yes,
I mean,
that's the thing.
there's yeah, you got a little bit more of the health pool going down, but you know the Lucios at this level want to play in your face and shoot you anyway. So the big damage number boost, I think it was 18 to 20 on the primary fire, or 18 to 22 on the primary fires, are going to be pretty huge. So yeah, I definitely, and we also just saw Kiri's go a little bit nuts yesterday. But so far, this Pharah is a problem. It's a reoccurring theme that we've seen a lot of times, that it's difficult to deal with this Pharah, especially the comp that Beck have. And you would think, you know, if you watched Overwatch for years ago, you'd be like, what? They have a McCree, or excuse me, a Cass. But I was channeling the historical name.
Yeah, exactly.
It just doesn't do it the same way anymore. You need an Echo. You need a Diva.
Yeah, you need some hit scans. You need maybe even the Sojourn if you want to really deal with it. Changes back into Sombra. Minutes coming from the spawn. There's a sound barrier from Vindime. And the counter sound barrier seems to be a lot better from DAEJEON. Moving on to the point. Urum onto this ball. Running around all the place. Hacked away. Seems good. And Sunjun actually took care of that Sombra. Quickly done. As this fight is just going haywire all over the place. Minefield on the point. And HaeJeokDan seems to be coming on top of all things. The other two, the side room. That's just recalls out of that as the team already got the point captured. 77.
They're just happy to just keep them contained in this room, not really diving in. They're just going to rain down rockets and try to pepper them on the way out. But with control of the point, HaeJeokDan, there's no impetus for them to really push this and maybe lose somebody trying to go in there.
Sunjun has been doing so much more. They actually get that Pharah. Start again on Tracer. Will not be saved. Mecha shield distributed by Rampage. Sunjun and Zest. It's two at least again. Gurum. But will that be enough to save the team? So we'll see you out there. Zest, near the point. Will they zoom in? One goes wide. Takes one down. That might be the second that they're looking for. Dark comes back with the Tracer.
Get Lee Suming though, that's really important because they needed that Kitsune rush to be able to come back in and do the aggression. A hack onto Sunjun.
For the moment, and Zest. Sakurum for one. Grass from the sky is gone, and Sombra still here. Minute. Being the target from 3. It's immediately taken down. And the sound barrier from Lego! Because it's 99%. They do have to contest, but. Oh, there's a flare of HaeJeokDan. The 99 Jinsung.
It's too much. Now with the support ultimates up for HaeJeokDan, that should just be all she wrote. It's all over but the crying here. It's just going to be the cleanup. EMP comes out, but EMP ain't what it used to be.
With the mines, everything set up on the point. HaeJeokDan ties things up in control. 1-1 tied now. You see a lot of hero swaps. Not because they wanted. It felt like that was just forced by HaeJeokDan.
I mean, this is kind of where we ended yesterday on 2, where Checkmate was just roaming the skies rather easily. Pharah's a problem, and you have to find a way to deal with it, because just allowing Pharah to poke and poke and poke and find the finishes on these things is just not a recipe for success. I mentioned it before that I have questions about Dart's Echo, which is usually one of the better counters to a Pharah to take the battle to the sky, and you know, it's also a decent work against the ball too, to get low and then use the finishing beam on it. So Dart doesn't really have that in their kit. It's been one of their least impressive heroes, so they're still going to have to figure out how to deal with the Pharah, because this is a decent stage for Pharah as well.
Yeah, no Sombra this time. Dart goes into Mei, Symmetra, Teleporter. After seeing the comp again, yes. Makes a lot more sense.
Yep, you have to do it, because you're just getting kind of... You're taking way too much damage from the Pharah. You have to run this comp against it.
We're done. The point, Sunjun getting massively focused again. VC but lost Echo. Instead, and Diva be next to fall for VEC. HaeJeokDan. One Pharah. It's turning out to be a good win point for HaeJeokDan so far. VEC, can they actually bring anything else? Maybe not the Echo, maybe another hit scan even?
It's just hit scan just doesn't... I don't know. I mean, where are you going to set up with a hit scan? Maybe you can try to run a cast into this if you feel more comfortable on it, but Ashe would be your better bet, but it's not a great map for Ashe. And trying to get set up, you're just going to end up getting flanked. I think Echo is your best bet. The problem is Echo got a little bit of a nerf recently, and also a deceptively large hitbox because of the wings.
We'll see Dart building up the duplicate, ways away 32% as we speak. Lisu Min onto the back to teleports away from the danger zone. All there. Sunjun. That's for the recall. Has the pulse bomb. There's a stick on the Diva mech. Let go down. I think that's about it. With the triple coming down. HaeJeokDan still on point with a lot of utilities coming online soon enough. Man, DAEJEON is struggling hard.
Yeah, HaeJeokDan just completely winging the neutral. We're not even at the ultimate phase of the game yet. Mag is going to have mines here shortly, and you'd like to get him up and just drop him in the choke to slow down this team yet again. I think the only way that Sunjun gets stopped here is if they try to ultimate and they die because of it. So far, no one else has been able to kill him, so don't be your own worst enemy here.
Yeah, either Kiriko just headshots his Pharah up in the sky, which is a rare sight. Has a barrage ready, some great placements available on this map for this barrage. Diva can just straight out matrix it, but it's only one target that they can matrix. Thank you. Should be coming soon from Mag. Here it is. Another point, 89%. Down to a wire, less than 10%, even with the rush. Jinsung, sound barrier, not catching that Echo. Big VC with the 4-5. They handle this on just still ready with the barrage. Zest still here, the tracer and the damage. Way too much. Minute. Sliver of health with Jinsung so low. It's running away. They barely can touch. Echo's back in fight now.
You're gonna have to duplicate to stall this out.
And
you probably need to dupe the tank. I guess
Kiriko. There's a flip. Was made because HaeJeokDan, they were busy chasing target. Immediately taken down. Sunjun back on Sombra. Quickly back in fight. That's the speed boost that we're talking about from the patch. Ball spread on target.
They get the remake. Unable to deny that. The remake kills Lisu Min.
Yeah,
that's just sloppy.
Rare sight. HaeJeokDan might need to regroup after all this. Thought they almost had it with that many ultimates being used on points. And we end up with a Sombra Tracer from both.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy play to allow the remake there. And not only just allow the remake, you end up losing your support there too. So you think about the utility now, Beck is kind of nearing it. They're coming back with support ultimates too. And now that the Pharah is not there, it looks like an entirely different team. So this one's going to come down to barrier, and whichever team can get a better barrier out of these out of their Lucios here.
Yeah, you're right. HaeJeokDan just one away though. You see hacked away. Hack Lucio. Sound barrier. Up first from HaeJeokDan. They really dive into the back line. Sound barrier hits on all 5 VC. Have to come back into this game, the minefield. All the way around. Lisu Min taken out easily. Mag with Minage. Oh, Virus gets Minage. A bit of a trade right there.
The flip came in too, so this is critical. Beck has to win this fight.
Seems like they're stalling good amount of time for now, and Gurum on this Diva doing a lot more work.
Sune is going to be up for Lee Soo-min.
A minute from the side, Sombra hitting from the back, facing the target. We want to hack. 90% for VC. Hacked away is the Sombra. You do have the EMP. I think this is the moment for it, HaeJeokDan. There it is on the remaining members of BSC, and at the end, it took them a couple more tries. But HaeJeokDan seems like they will be cleaning things up at Lijiang. There it is. 2-1 victory for HaeJeokDan for Lijiang Tower.
Well, they will clean it up, but that was a bit of a sloppy match towards the end there. Kind of brawly, and HaeJeokDan had that in the bag for the most part and ended up just making a few mistakes. Critical non-kill onto the remeching Diva, and then losing your own Kiri to that, which is kind of going to be your lockout ultimate. When the other team tries to come in, you drop a Kitsune, and then they have to rush through it. So a little bit sloppy there, and it was just a completely different looking map the moment that the swap off of Pharah came in.
Yeah.
And it was only a swap to get back to the point quicker with Sombra and that extra speed to get back to the point and be able to brawl it out. But I really do think that whoever can run a successful Pharah as these maps go forward is going to be the team that is successful. You saw it, like you have to run an Echo for the most part. I think that's the most effective way to counter a Pharah, at least keep Pharah busy and the Rockets trying to shoot the Echo and not on the ground. But yeah, we'll see if Dark can run that. And also now it's going to I think it's going to influence map picks going forward. You know, we'll pick a map that Pharah is not great on, pick low skyboxes, something like that.
Yeah, the map pick especially for VC, has been Escort Circuit Royale all the way. Oftentimes for that map number 2, having about 50-50 2-2 win-losses. And I think that will very likely be the pick. Or some other push maps they have been choosing a lot more. If that Escort Circuit Royale wasn't available. We'll have that answer after a short break. All right, we're back. First match of the night. As we continue into Circuit Royale as expected. We see DAEJEON. We're picking this map over and over again. Now, 2-2 on this map, 50% win rate. It's rather going up or down from here.
It's been one of the more interesting maps to watch as it evolves. It's funny too because you think about it, you're like, oh, well, it's a Widow map, so obviously you can't run a Pharah on it. But the best teams do run Pharah on this map. The best teams are totally running Pharah on this map and just playing it pretty perfectly and getting all the splash damage and getting finishes. Vec likes to run the Venture on this map, and the Venture as a disruption method to get back onto the opposing Widow. It makes the team have to come back and peel, because if you don't, then the Venture wins 1v1 versus Widow like 100% of the time. And Dart's been really good at that. But it's something that other teams have prepared for now. They understand what this Vec team wants to do on this map, and they understand that Dart is going to just be playing Land Shark for the most part.
Yeah, we've seen those moments a little bit last week. Some of the higher seeded teams were just not caring about the other four and just instantly diving in or focusing damage onto Dart alone, because he's always following, trying to do some poking damage from the side. And on this map, even if you say side, it's not really much of a side because it's like right next to the main road. Oh, okay, you have a Prophet coming in. Oh, what?
And they're gonna move Sunjin over to
support.
Oh, yeah, they probably want to run double flex here. Vindime is mostly Lucio, and so like you've seen a lot of Alari on this map, and a lot of Alari Ana. I would imagine that's what the swap is coming in to do, and then let Prophet maybe run the Widow or Ashe. Interesting though, because Sunjin was the one playing the Pharah, and I really am gonna probably hit the Pharah note a lot here, because just seeing the dominance of Pharahs yesterday has really kind of opened some eyes on just the quality of that hero right now, and the fact that it demands a counter pick. It's one of the only damage heroes that demands you counter it. Otherwise, you're gonna eat it. There's just not enough sustain on the ground in most of these compositions to just be able to. There used to be an idea to ignore the Pharah, right? So there was one way of dealing with a Pharah, but that was generally like a 6v6 kind of thing, where you just be like, okay, well, we'll just kill everyone else. We're just gonna ignore the Pharah. But that was also when Pharah would demand a pocket mercy, so you could have a 6v4 on the ground. Not the case anymore. Pharah is just a whole different animal to deal with lately, since the rework and the mobility and the 5v5. There are a lot of things going in Pharah's favor. Range nerfs onto Cass, damage fall-offs and things like that. So far as running wild lately. But yeah, an interesting switch. I would imagine it has to be to play the double flex for him.
So we'll see some maybe other solutions, not just the traditional hit scans against the Pharah. Echo, it's really good if you can land those stickies on Pharah, which is a really hard deal. You're also in the air against the other air unit.
Well, it's not so much the stickies necessarily. It's that Tri-Shot is just a much more accurate and consistent damage output, a better clip than the Pharah's rockets, and then you get Pharah to half and its beam. The problem with Pharah too is a lot of times, if you hit a couple shots as hit scan on her, it doesn't really matter because there's going to be healing coming through. So you need to be able to burst Pharah down, and that's what Echo does so well. It's also what D.Va does so well with the micro missiles.
Yep, and that's exactly when the pylon comes in. The pylon placed all the way up on the top, on the building near Pharah, and you just get healed immediately back, and that's especially the map like Circuit Royale. And I think the players are just testing their gears. The last final minute check, as I think Minute is just staring at the other team. Like, how long is this gonna take?
It'll be interesting to see what the supports they run, because Baptiste Alari has been very popular on this map because it just does so much damage long range, and it also is an answer to the Pharah a little bit to have at least that much damage on the ground long range. Also, Baptiste is just critical here if you're expecting to run into a Sigma mirror, because you're going to need Immortality Field to be able to live through Flux. So that's been something that we've seen run a lot. I would still expect Dart to try to run the Venture early on. So that's going to be the game within the game. I want to see is how are they going to deal with the Venture dives which come in. But I also don't hate to run like a Genji here for Dart either. Again, I think just the biggest question, and I brought this up pre-game, is, you know, can Dart end up running an Echo enough to be able to stifle a Pharah, to be able to make... I mean, you don't have to win those battles, you just have to do enough to get them off of Pharah. Like, that's considered a win in my opinion. You don't have to, like, kill them, but make them switch.
If VC cannot get those, especially Sunjun either having a change different hero from a Pharah, or Dart handling his own. Maybe with the Pharah, maybe with the Echo Venture even. If he can pull out a lot more within that time being, then certainly Dart can handle it. But we've seen some weaknesses coming out from his play. So I'm pretty sure HaeJeokDan is ready for it. This was the map that everyone predicted that VEC will play if they drop a map. So we'll see how HaeJeokDan will actually handle. Dart comes in with these likely the one of the three heroes that I just mentioned. And Minute in there. I think he's been playing a lot more Tracer, not just Tracer, Sombras to keep things in. Kind of funny how it seems like we're back in 2023 all over again. Sombra Tracer, that's been just the staple to DPS all over the place, all regions for about 5-6 months last year, and we might just going back. We do have a lot more heroes to play in the DPS pool, but they seem to be very strong still. They can focus on a target.
Yeah, I don't think people are super looking forward to get back to a Sombra Tracer, like 100% meta. I don't think we will. I think it's been a lot more map dependent. But who am I to say? I love it when you just see Tracer, Genji, Winston dive. So I'm as traditional as it gets. But yeah, I think there's a lot of options to mix in a lot of different heroes. There's been a lot of like different variations of aggression and dive. When you can run a Genji, Venture, Junker Queen, I think it's been a really cool composition to just cycle in and try to burn people down, and then you cycle out and you're able to get out alive. It's kind of this interesting gameplay loop. The Pharah has been, it's almost like dive Pharah that we see on Suravasa, where everyone dives in and then the Pharah comes in with you using the mobility that Pharah has and gets a lot of damage done. So it has by no means been a stale meta at all. And even just yesterday, it was like kind of the first time we saw Sombra come back into the mix. I think some of that is a response to Ball. I don't think Sombra is really at the huge power levels as they once were. It used to be you just play for EMP and EMP wins you the fight. It's just not at that same power level anymore.
Yep, EMP will help. It's not as strong as last year through multiple patches, and a lot of we have an issue from Sunjun, the Pharah that we were talking about, the Pharah player from HaeJeokDan. The issue is being resolved as we have seen the refs standing right behind him. We'll let you guys know when it's resolved. It'll take some time.
Did Sunjun move stations to go to play support and now having a little bit of problems getting into the game?
Oh, wait. A little bit. Seems like Mag is just ready. Yeah, I think... Yes, with the refs on the back, I think Sunjun might just be still having some issues. Moving the station, logging back into game. Might take a while, you know, because the game might not be in complete same settings after you change the PC. That's a Winston right there.
It's kind of minimalist. I dig it. Not trying too hard. Still get the vibe of the Winston.
In pink. Saying do well or play well. What's it on the right?
Next to it. Yeah.
That's
what
I'm thinking.
Ask you. I don't know.
Who is that? I can't tell. Winston's girlfriend? I have no clue who that is.
Like how the laziest thing they used to do in like the 80s and 90s is just like, you know, Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man is like, put a bow on it. Now it's Miss Pac-Man. It's
Now getting word that Sunjin is going through the live updates. You log out and log in. You just have to quickly get that the hotfix patch again. Seems to be the one that he's going through. The hotfix didn't take too long. It only took me less than a minute, I think.
Bragging about your internet again. I see. I didn't log in today, so I don't know. I don't know how big the patch was.
The patch wasn't big. So the previous patch, the one 3 days ago, that took some time. Okay, did hear a word that Sunjun successfully logged in, so it'll take maybe a minute or two. Thanks for the patience, everyone. And I know I really want to see VEC just handling this map better, becoming one of the masters on Circuit Royale, because all the other teams have been trying this map with Sigma, a lot more of the Sigma combo, with the Widow duel, but they do have a different style for sure compared to all other teams, not just from Korea, including Japan and Pacific.
Yeah, we've seen some wonky stuff on this map very recently too. You know, some very aggressive spawn holds coming out. I think last time Crazy Raccoon played this map, I think Max was sick, so they didn't run a Sigma. Or Max was dealing with a minor injury, if I recall correctly, so they didn't run a Sigma, so we had some weird, like, dive compositions. But for the most part, it has been pretty consistent, where you're running double flex and you're running Baptiste Alari just for the long range damage that they're able to put out. You cycle in a Widow and then sometimes Ashe when you get to closer quarters. Pharah has been really good still on this map too. And then, I mean, the Sigmas are kind of just like, just stay alive, dude. Like, whoever can just build their Sigma and let them live longer. But everyone else is kind of doing their own thing. And you have to look at pylon placements and things like that. But I do want to see if Minute can get something done. I feel like the last couple of times we've casted back, it's been a quiet couple of matches for Minute.
Maybe start Minute for DPS for VEC. Thanks for the wait, everyone. We are finally in. Circuit Royale is the map chosen by VEC. And HaeJeokDan attacking first, so VEC chose to defend first. See that Widow with the Venture. You called it out. Minutes.
Defense
Widow.
first. Yeah, defense first makes some sense. At least to let you know exactly what you have to pull off on your offense, and you can run different compositions based on if you need to go 10 feet or if you need to go all the way to third, and you can figure out exactly how much you have to commit. So defense first.
That's not music. That's called destroying the piano.
What? That was jazz.
Oh, then jazz. Okay, so some swing there, right?
Yeah, no one plays the right notes in jazz.
I have no clue what goes on in jazz. Minutes
Okay,
and profit on Widow.
Yeah, it is going to be the double flex in the back line. So HaeJeokDan running very, very standard Circuit Royale composition here. And Beck running what they generally run on this. You know, the Dart Venture has been their staple.
Dangerous moment as you see that. Oh, that was well read, but Minute on top of things. There's a headshot on Profit.
Nice jump shot.
What a hook. Always interesting to watch this 1v1 in the Widows. I know where you are. I know where you are. Oh, Pharah going back. Ooh, dangerous. Jinsung mortality field out because of that cheeky movement over the rooftop. Where's Prophet? That's a question. Minute is asking with the hook. Here he is. We'll spot any Widow. Still on the first corner. Dart.
Yeah.
Thinking about going aggressive, but just spring pressure.
It's just such a good Widow counter.
Damage has been done. HaeJeokDan with the trade. Another hit. And Prophet taken out. Dart still alive. Minute with a double and a triple now. 3K from this Widow player.
Yeah, that's what we need to see. And that was about to be broken open too for HaeJeokDan. They had just killed both of the supports from Beck. And it was going to be a full-on team wipe, but Minute brings it back. They are going to lose this corner. So 1 corner down. Got to take 2 more to get around the bend and take first point.
Less than 2 minutes. That's a good stall from BC. Currently saved by Minute and Dart. Clock's ready. Mag instantly going to use it. Catching the Sigma. Field out. Barrage from Zest. Getting the field eliminated. Captive Sun, everything being used with the Matrix, Infrasight, and the extra flux from Grom. And after all that, BC just holding this down. With Mag just being isolated.
Dart's a menace on Venture.
Yeah, that team fight's quite hectic, but split the team apart. Both teams just pressing all the buttons.
Well, Sunjun actually hit the Captive Sun, but it was no follow-up and tried to be their own follow-up, ended up landing behind the squad. So the moment those fluxes went on, HaeJeokDan kind of just lost the plot and lost what they were going to do. And it's also something that Venture can force you. Prophet finally collects his Pound of Flesh.
It's right next to the respawn.
Oh no! Dart missed his out!
At least he still has a Tectonic. So I think that's one bright sign. But that will, of course, give a lot of pushing power for HaeJeokDan. A full team wipe.
It's going to be tough for them to get back here with anything decent, too. I mean, you kind of have to... You usually just throw bodies at this and fight this. But it looks like that's...
2 meters? Oh, Dart immediately taken down. Yeah, that was just... Or might as well just waste it for that respawn. A little bit.
Well, trying to tunnel in and just kind of stall it out, but I believe Dart got hit with a rock and then hit with a bullet to the dome.
That's first point and pushing. And that's usually where you set up your defense, right next to this corner, just Sigma barrier. Zest still up in the air.
In. So they want to get this. They want to get this Widow out of the way. That's perfect. Now this is the go light for Zest. Now Zest can come around the corner and just start raining in all the splash damage.
And it keeps on. Lijiang, the Matrix up. Only 3. Through melted. This push is certainly going to be a big one, hitting the second point.
Fine here. That shot from Prophet is what opens that up, because Minute was set up in this doorway right there, and Zest was very hesitant to come around and peek. And you really want to be coming around that corner, raining in splash damage and pushing everyone back. That's where we see so many of those fights happen right outside of the defender's spawn. And now, with some good momentum, HaeJeokDan's going to be able to take this top stairway. The next fight's going to take place usually at these stairs, and then you rotate again to the other stairs. This map is very much mapped out of where teams want to set up and where fights happen.
Minute with the inside, all the way in the back, but HaeJeokDan keeps on pushing so hard. Again, a big team fight win for HaeJeokDan, and the Prophet just sealing.
Yeah, cleared
Last
out.
damage with the headshot again. Darts. Venture was okay to begin with, but after that, it's been just snowballing so hard for HaeJeokDan.
That's kind of been the MO of Venture on this map lately. It was really cool when Vec first brought it out, and it's disruptive, but ends up losing value as you go forward here.
And next to the pole, there's a barrage with the Mentality Field. Still can't do it. Well, we could save from BC.
Where was Zest that got killed by Lego?
Oh. It's right in there next to the pole. Dart finally back, but that is a good time bank still left for HaeJeokDan to push.
Well, it's nice for Vec to be able to stabilize on that defense there, because if HaeJeokDan's able to take that top right area with the Pharah and your Widow, then you're almost never getting that back, and it's pretty much you're just stalling out at that point and hoping that you can just get enough bodies out of spawn. We'll see if any of the spawn wave and respawn timers end up coming into play too. It's been something that's been hard to track,
What a flux.
but it's one of the big changes of the patch.
And Kuru just uses it at the entrance. Get 2 down. HaeJeokDan We need to regroup after this. Not really much gained at all from the team fight. And Gurum just one flux for the massive defense. Burned about 40 seconds. The VC at the end might be able to hold for that third point. Just coming out with a Genji. Looking for that big blade.
And it's hard to reestablish your good positions with the Pharah.
Reels in. Rally from Lego. Cover up. And they will just continue on full pushing. Just loses Jinsung. We're on the other side, Zest.
Well, it's great from Vec. They push the front line and everyone has to kind of back up and try to get out. And then just 1v1 you don't expect to lose. But like as that front line's getting pushed, then Dart just goes and pushes Prophet.
That hurts.
Minut's been on a pretty decent heater this map.
So Widow action back and forth from Prophet or Minute. And side on. Oh! During the jump. Good catch. And that might just seal it. Zest going down. HaeJeokDan needs to come in and touch. Nowhere near that payload. He's having 72 meters on top of the 2 points. HaeJeokDan not go fully, but that was some solid defense from BEC.
Dart's venture just forces such a response, and you saw it even on the very first defensive holds too. That Dart would just go in, and it forces positioning. It forces people back that you have to come back and peel for it. If you don't, you lose somebody immediately, and you might not even be able to punish the venture. Minute though, kind of just running wild here. Minute won very early on, then Prophet had some nice shots to bring it back on Far's second point, and then it was Minute again, so extremely back and forth in this Widow duel.
See, after switching sides, are we still going to have... Or from HaeJeokDan, yes, but with the Pharah. Again, keeping... Oh, wait, hold on. Zenyatta?
Yeah, Zen's been run pretty standardly here. I think Alari can be fine here. I think pylon placement is really good to help out your Pharah. On this midpoint especially, that Pharah just wants to kind of come around and peek and splash onto the bridge. But we've seen plenty of defensive Zen here. It's really good that if a team ends up taking this first corner, you're really just rifling volleys through those doorways, and the Discord can be absolutely huge.
Certainly helps with the extra damage. Pylon down first. And DEC now on to attack. This Minute. Trying to read where Prophet's gonna be. Not quite. Not the first hit from Prophet.
Yeah, Prophet's got to get their work done before the Venture gets in position, but Venture's not going to be in position because Zest.
Some nasty fire shots.
Yeah, one way to avoid the ground shark is just be in the air.
Yeah, you can't stay up there forever. We'll see.
Well, I mean, a lot of pros kind of can, especially with these roofs.
They just hold themselves up so well. And unless you're brought down by the shots. Wait, that's right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also another benefit of running the Zen on defense is you're able to just throw that orb for Zest. Lee Sumin can deal with Mag on the ground and just give him all the healing pockets that he needs. And then you're also adding in the Discord for the tank fight.
Using on the Mag. HaeJeokDan be pushed back to the corner. Some slow push being made by VEC. Certainly out of that first corner now. Minute getting focused by Zest.
Mag is a huge advantage on this Flux. You would have to imagine it comes out.
The Flux catches 3. In the ground, forces out the Immortality Field. And all the members except for Pharah forced back. Extra Infrasight. You get anything done. Prophet. Everyone just hiding behind the corners, as you can see. Burning time on that Infrasight because the cart close to that first point. He still has nothing else. Barrage seems to be ready. There it is on Widow and the extra members.
gets 2. Durham dies. Immortality's down. This should be a defensive fight win.
Yeah, with that big barrage.
Surprised they didn't see it coming. There was almost no reaction from it until it had already taken down the Widow. It's you know that's where the Pharah wants to hang out, is right up there. It was kind of crazy that they just weren't checking that plane of existence.
Yeah, exactly. No one was looking up towards where Pharah was coming down from. Maybe they were focused a little bit too much on that Widow, where Prophet was instead. I mean, with Imprecise on the other side now.
And another benefit of the Zen too is this Flux should be able to get almost nothing with Transcendence up.
The Trans, Sunjun, room almost ready. Or the Flux. The Trans is out already. With the shot, and Sunjun fires back for 1.
Really
VC,
far back
go
now,
for the
45
push.
seconds. So they still have Flux ready to go, and now it's up to Lee Soo-min to make sure that you just can't use Immortality for anything else. Like, if someone's gonna die, you kind of still have to just let them die, and you have to hold Immortality for Flux.
He shoots up Jinsung. Quickly up first. Less than 20 seconds now. Goes into the room. Dart turns things around with the Venture. Lego taking down Prophet. The quick kill again. And Dart will not be the saver of the team this time. You see DAEJEON losing all the members. Couple of them left. No one touching the payload as they fall. And that will be it. HaeJeokDan. The big win now on the second map also.
It's kind of the same thing we've seen from Vec before on Circuit Royale, on the offense especially, is at that choke point, Venture ends up doing the same thing over and over and over again. You get around the corner, you try to get to those back alleys, you try to get on the flank, and you saw it twice. Just got caught. Dart got caught the first time by Widow. Dart got caught the second time by Pharah. It's not surprising anyone anymore. It's still a decent hero. It looked really good on the defense, I think, but on the offense, it looks like Dart's doing the same thing over and over, and it's predictable, and they know exactly where Dart's going to pop up, and just got punished for like 3 lives in a row. It had worked early in the stage, and the last couple of times Vec has been on this map and trying to run that offense with a Venture, it's been the exact same results because it's just not fooling anyone anymore.
Yes, you can try the same thing if it keeps on working, but if it's the other way, maybe it's better to find another setup solution from the DPS lineup. But that's might be the issue. The hero pool on the map, maybe the practice they have been doing from the scrim, it might have worked, but of course on stage there were a couple of tries again. And the focus fire from HaeJeokDan was a little bit better on their defense. And VC now down 0-2. They seem to be needing a lot of adjustments if they want to swing this back, reverse sweep, and get a win of the series, because this is a series they certainly need a win with. We will have a short break again, and when we come back, we will have that map number 3. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time again in VC. Come back here. Lijiang City will be the map. We'll see how this goes. Flashpoint, as they have.
Well,
chosen. It's just those two. Escort Flashpoint. That has been the drill.
Yeah. I think it's a good pick. I think also this might be kind of I mean, I was calling it the Fnatic comp, but it's a comp that I think that's Vec will be good on too. Junker Queen, Venture, Genji. A very interesting composition that allows you to just kind of dive in, cycle everything, hope you get kills, and play to your strengths. Also, Suravasa has been such a good map for Pharah that I think that if you're going to play Flashpoint, you have to play this one. I was hoping for some new Queen Street. It's the only other map that Vec has won, and it's something that they've played and they have done well with the Junker Queen on before. Seonjun will get off his support, go back to damage, and that means Vindime will also come in.
Yeah, makes sense. I see a lot of zeros for DAEJEON. They tried almost all the maps, of course, except for the Escort. Except for Dorado, Junkertown, Lijiang Tower. Oh, not Lijiang Tower. What's the other Escort that we have? Other than that,
well,
they tried all the else. Like Eichenwald,
right.
01, Kings Row, 01, Paraiso, 01, Unasapi, Lijiang City. It's been the same story over and over again.
Right. Well, they haven't tried any other escorts because they always pick Circuit. So there's never going to be a chance to get picked onto another escort. Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to play to your strengths at this point, and your strengths have been, if you look back at map 1, Junker Queen, you think Dart's best hero right now is pretty clearly the Venture. It's not, it's not the Echo, it's not really much else. And then maybe, I mean, you could also just run like a Genji Tracer dive here. You can, have Minute play the Tracer. So we'll see if they have something up their sleeves, but it's been kind of tough sledding for this squad as they've been just pretty predictable on their map picks, and then just mostly what they're going to run on that map, and then mostly how they're going to run the heroes on that map. I hate to harp on it, but that circuit has been, it worked well for them early on when it caught people off guard, but it's just it's not a surprise on how to play defensively against the Venture anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. You really handle the future of what the opponent will do in the future. You just have to go with follow the meta, or just unless you invent something else that works against everyone, you just have to follow the meta sometimes. And I think it's about time we see a few extra things happening from VEC, or else it might just be a shutout of 3-0. HaeJeokDan upping themselves up to that 6th place spot with 2 series win. But Lijiang City, I have a feeling that VEC is not going to go down without a fight. Down 0-2, they have to show something on the stage. It'd be one of the final few matches left if they can't really handle anyone else than the Old Oceans. See the map loading in Lijiang City. Here it is, the Flashpoint. Yes, X.
Feels like we might end up getting the Vec Old Ocean rematch as the 7th, 8th Eliminator. Obviously still some stuff to play, but that was a 5 mapper. So that was I think day 1 of the stage. That would be an interesting one to look at, and it seems like both these teams know what the other is going to run. So Dart on the Echo versus Seonjun, and this guy is what I want to take a look at. They know that Pharah is going to be a problem, so the Echo and D.Va are into the mix again.
Some longer range. The Dart's Echo should be looking a lot better here. Seonjun's Pharah. See how that one's going to be hold. There's that D.Va from Gurum. The Mag is going to power drive right in. Multiple members flying in the air. Setting himself behind the wall, contested, capturing at the moment. Almost. There's the first cap. HaeJeokDan leading the charge. Mac just going around. Seonjun still here, full health. Both teams just rotating. Ooh, Mag. Caught.
Oh, and they get Sonjin too. I mean,
with
Minut's
Diva.
gonna be the one in the Minut's gonna be the one in the kill feed, but there's a lot of people coming in and doing damage. Diva, there was a shot that got hit from Dart, so team effort to take down the Rocket Queen, as she was known in the code in early alpha. It's a little fun little Overwatch trivia for you.
Years of Overwatch.
It's been a while.
Yeah. In just 2 years, we might just hit a century of Overwatch. Oh, Sunjun. Early pick.
That just hits with the stickies, and
Is that
that's
just going to
huge
force
too.
the entire team?
Lego was having a
Nice.
huge advantage on the sound barrier too, and that
Right.
should allow HaeJeokDan to catch up.
Also for the mech. This is the rush. That's with the extra
Takes
fall.
advantage.
Spin down. In times. Sound barrier. Coming soon enough. We'll survive this retreat for now. Sunjin's still there. Are taken down. No more Pharah. Still the Echo
Dark
Tracers.
distracted.
Sound barrier. The response.
The response only gets 2.
And they're running away.
That's fine. Stays alive. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever because HaeJeokDan only needs a single fight to win this, and they're going to have that big Kitsune advantage here.
Sung around the point. Should be the last fight for the first point on Flash. Moving with the rush, going in to the back. The quick duplicate from Dart. No big casualty. Sunjin being pressured, being forced to go all the way back. Forces out extra Diva. Jess wins the Tracer fight. They're still there. Dart with a duplicate. It's over. With 2 lost members for VAC. Not looking too great at the moment.
It's over.
Down with the first. Have a huge comeback. Thought after handling that Pharah, seems like VC had some chance of taking this first one. But Sunjin coming back with his own Echo. Bit of a fight during the rotation. As a flashpoint, of course, you do get the boost, the speed boost from the spawn. Room. Who do you really target without the Pharah now?
Well, they're just, they're just in
man.
a defensive position, and yeah, it's not the first time that Lego has been the first to die. They've actually just gone after that Lucio several times, and it's been really nice for them to catch back up on the sound barrier. But this one is just all about positioning right now, because like you ask who do you target? Well, HaeJeokDan doesn't have to target anyone. They're just sitting on the point waiting for the aggression to come into them. Mag hasn't been ultra aggressive, ends up taking out Dart, but HaeJeokDan does the thing that I think the best teams do on this map. That's a really nice pick. But they're trying to force fights in non-traditional places, in non-chokes. So while Vec is trying to rotate in, while Vec is trying to set up, that's when HaeJeokDan is trying to go in, trying to put pressure on them. But it's been a nice disengage just so far from Vec. Get away from that. So
Good stick. Not getting eaten away by the Matrix. What's that Max be going? Mac ends up with the rush. Quickly in. Other than Mac, the entire team back all the way. HaeJeokDan just giving some time for them to go for the capture. Still contested. Mag is still on the side with Zest. He calls away. Oh, the perfectly piles up. That combo was a little too wild from HaeJeokDan. Seems like the sound barrier wasn't even required for that fight. It collapses on the entire team of BEC. There's that second point.
it's just a really nice coordination there. You saw Mag spinning around, and then he eventually finds an angle to get a 3-man pile driver, and that's when everybody goes in with that and gets the follow-up. And it's just better accuracy right now from Sonjin's Echo, hitting more stickies, getting more eliminations, and now a single flashpoint away from winning it. It's a little desperation time from back as Gurram will go to the Junker Queen. It's been the best hero so far
Yeah,
for Gurram.
could change. Yeah, without the Pharah, might not need that Diva. Quick duplicate again. Extra Junker Queen. Nice catch there. Lego gets caught again. No sound barrier for the first fight. They're already down 0-2 for the flashpoint. Sanjun continues his rush. Has a rampage even. Not gonna use it.
Yeah, I like not using it there. The problem with Rampage on regular Junker Queen too is like, where's your backstop? Where are you going to end up once this
that's the
Rampage is
thing.
over? So with that Echo about to hit a Rampage, you would have just ended up in no man's land. It would have been a complete throw. You would have been taken out easily.
And pile again, delaying. Easy for coming in, and sound barrier. Ooh, from Lego, it's good this time. A minute, just doing cleanup duty with the pulse and the second. Some delays coming in from the other three. Mac, Lee Soo-min, Bindime. Some good delay though.
Lee Soo-min ended up using Kitsune Rush there too, and they got absolutely nothing out of it. The barrier had already been hit, they'd already lost somebody, so that was rough. Now, if Vec is smart about this and Vec can get their economy, these are two fights that they should be able to pull off, and it's going to be Kitsune Rush on the defense, which is always pretty nice. But this is a weird point for Kitsune Rush because of the multi-layers here, like where teams going to be pushing high ground or low ground. You don't know exactly where you want to set up.
Oh, Dark taken down, that's a great sign. HaeJeokDan gets caught. With the rush, BC might not have enough. There's a shaft. Is it enough to keep all the four? The beam comes down from Sanjun. And the rain continues.
Yeah, you see that Kitsune got absolutely nothing out of it from
insane.
Vec. Alright, Vec now probably final chance here, but they're going to have to go in against Mines and Duplicate. So you got to get Rampage, and then Dart's got to follow it up with something.
Yeah, Hex, that hurts so much. VC should have held that for a little longer at least. That was without a single ultimate coming down from HaeJeokDan. Yeah, with the Dark going down so early, didn't really do too much. Now up against a lot of ultimates. The Mines in your face. VC has to rotate to the side. You're still up in the air. Minute, take him down. 99% of the sound barrier from Bindime. Top of the Rampage. Use everything. Get him the extra Jungle Queen. And the kills just follow. This might just be it for the match point. HaeJeokDan has done it. 3-0 from Flashpoint and a 3-0 map score of the series.
It's a big map win and match win for HaeJeokDan. Very likely keeps them out of the first elimination match. Probably ends them at about 6th place overall. Just predicting going forward. However, you know, who knows? There might be upsets, but I think we're probably going to see the Vec Old Ocean rematch here at 7th and 8th going into next week. A couple of, you know, I mean, Vec still has a match to play, but it's against Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. Here's the other wild card with that, though. Crazy Raccoon might not have really anything to play for, but I still don't think they're a team that wants to lose maps or matches, or not. You know, there are some high-end teams that in the past have just thrown matches against other teams. I don't think Crazy Raccoon is that. HaeJeokDan has to play Poker Face tomorrow, and who knows what Poker Face will be playing for seeding-wise. So, yeah, it was a match that they had to have. Ends up being a 3-0. Vec goes back to the well a couple times. They look pretty solid on control and had some good plays, but overall, they just lost the dogfight in the air. They lost the Echo fights. They couldn't deal with the Pharah, and that's going to be something that comes through. Pharah and Echo are really, really good. They have been all stage, and Zest played it pretty well. On the ground, in the air, you know, Soonjin ended up coming in and played it too, so you could have voted for either of these guys. Zest wins player of the match.
Yep. The Paras, I think, really handled it well for HaeJeokDan, which is something that VEC was lacking. It's not like they have never played Pharah during the series, but it was not as much impact overall, and I think that really hurt the entire team as DPS lineup. Without the Pharah, a player with the duty on Pharah, team's power is just not as strong in this meta, and there will be Zest. I voted for Sanjun because he started doing well from Lijiang Tower, and also turns out played really well during New Jung City. Also on the Echo,
Yeah, well,
but Zest
also
will be
also flexed over to support, you know?
That's
so
right.
if you want value for a player, like, you played all 3 maps.
You get multiple points for being on different roles. Even here's Zest, yes, this Tracer. Even with the nerf, still pretty strong.
At the highest levels, the Tracer nerf doesn't affect you as badly as it does. Like, I think that it's a ladder nerf more than anything, in my opinion. But I thought Zest Pharah on Circle Royale especially was great. Just the way that Zest dealt with the venture play that they knew was coming from Darts, and always being like, Zest was the one to peel. You don't really want your tanks or supports to have to peel on those corners to go help your Widow, but Zest played it perfect.
And we have the interview with the winner. Let's hear it from the stage. Quest, take it away.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the first POTM interview of the day. HaeJeokDan taking the 3-0 victory over Vec. And we have the player of the match himself, Zest. And before the interview, please introduce yourself. And I am the DPS for HaeJeokDan, Zest. So HaeJeokDan finally broke the losing streak, the 3 loss streak. So how do you feel about the victory? It feels it's been a while since we won. And I hope that we are able to carry over the momentum and the energy of the victory. You have to talk about the game. Can you tell us about the momentum of the first map? It was harder than expected. But as the match went on, we shed a bit of our nerves as well, so I think the game became a little bit easier for us. Suravasa is a map that Vec picked, but despite that, HaeJeokDan took the clean victory, so can you tell us about the game plan? At first, they were going to pick Jungle Queen, but they picked the Diva comp, so we were kind of confused. But it was a comp that we have a lot of experience facing, so we stayed calm and collected and faced against like.
적소에 이제 플레이를 하는 모습이 인상 깊었습니다. 그리고 또 제가 궁금했던 게 서킷로 할 때 선준 선수가 딜러에서 힐러로
선준 made
이거 무슨 일이었나요?
a role swap. So can you tell us about that?
언젠지 모르겠지만 북미 컨텐에서 힐러로
I think
우승을
it was back in NA
했거든요.
Contenders. He played support as well.
서페 같은 걸 잘 다뤄서
And he's very good at
많이
flex
기용하고
supports.
있습니다.
So
네, 자,
it's
포지션 딱 정해진 거
the role
없이
swap is something
잘하면
that
그냥
we
뛰는 거군요.
그럼요. 저희는 선입견 없습니다.
네, 선입견도 없고 편견도
We are
없는 우리 해적단 팀입니다.
utilizing to its
자, 그리고 오늘
fullest.
체스 선수 엄청난 캐리력을 보여줬어요. 트레이서뿐만 아니라 파라로 정말 위도우메이커로
From Tracer, Pharah to Widowmaker, your performance was stellar. So are you satisfied with your own gameplay?
마음에 들진 않는데 그냥
Not completely,
그냥 나쁘지 않았던 것 같아요. 팀 게임 그냥
but I
잘했다.
think
네.
it wasn't bad. I think I played the team game I think we played the team game very well.
자, 그리고 또 제가 궁금했던 게 사전 인터뷰 때
in the team rep interview,
오늘 빨리
they said that
빠른 캐리 보여주겠다라고
they were hungry, so they want to quickly end the game and go have food.
저는 먹긴 하는데
Is there a reason why you don't eat before the match?
뭐 이유는 없고 그냥
I eat sometimes.
더 잠을
but,
자기 위해 안 먹는 거 아닐까?
I think
저는
the team doesn't eat so that they can sleep in a little bit more.
아닙니다.
네, 자 그런 점은 없다고 합니다. 자 그리고 또 마지막으로 팬분들의
And lastly,
기대와 사랑이 한껏
There's a lot of love
느껴지는
and support
팬분들께서
from the fans
부탁드립니다.
watching, so please say a few words to them as well.
이번에 1승을 챙겼는데 항상
We
믿어주시고
got a win today.
와주셔서
and
응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고
I am grateful that
기운
you're
따라서
always supporting us.
승승장구 해보겠습니다. 항상
We'll
감사드립니다.
make sure to use this momentum to find success in
네,
the future.
자 이렇게 지금까지 오늘 승리한
And that was a
해적단의
POTM interview with Zest from HaeJeokDan. Congratulations on the victory again. And before we head into the long-awaited Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
Thank
you, Quest, for the translations. We heard it from the man. And that's the matchup coming up. Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. You don't want to miss this match.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요. 스폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 제가 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어.
저희 팀 응원해주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。
ゼタ
화이팅!
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
크레이지 라쿤에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
CR 초롱입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리비지원입니다.
CR 준비지입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
로스터 안 바꾸고 그 로스터로 쭉 가면 팀합이 더 맞는 건 사실이기도 하고
팀합이라는 걸 중요하게 생각하는 사람이기 때문에 같은 팀원과 오랜 시간 동안 같이 하면 당연히 그걸 바탕으로 다른 팀들보다 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있는 것 같아요.
이번 스테이지는 저라고 생각합니다. 메인 힐러이다 보니까 약간 좀 잘 안 잡히는 게 있긴 하더라고요.
주목을 받아야 할 선수는 희상이라고 생각합니다. 이번 팔콘전 할 때 희상이가 유독 많이 떨어가지고 이제 긴장이 다 풀린 모습을 기대해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
일단 제 개인적인 생각으로는 왜 사람들이 팔콘과 저희를 라이벌로 엮는지를 잘 이해를 못 하겠더라고요.
솔직히 저는 팔콘보다 제타나 푸나틱이 저희랑 좀 라이벌 구도로 좀 되지 않을까 이번 시즌은. 팔콘 쪽도 솔직히 의아해하긴 할 거예요. 왜 계속 짓는지.
영향력은 이제 100%라고 생각하고 이기면 이제 코치 차이고 지면은 코치 차이입니다.
WCS 첫 번째 때는 저희가 코리아 우승을 못했는데 이번에 시즌2는 저희가 무조건 먹고 열심히 해가지고 스톡홀름 가가지고 열심히 해서 우승하겠습니다.
이번에 코리아든 아시아든 스톡홀름이든 셋 중에 하나는 무실세트 우승을 한번 해보고 싶습니다. 희상이만 좀 잘하면 꾸준하게 1왕을 하지 않을까. 제가 항상 대회 전에 하는 말이 있거든요. 너만 잘하면 이긴다. 너가 해야 된다.
유미 형이 뭐 하려 하지 않고 아무것도 안 하면 이길 것 같습니다.
그 맞긴 해.
폭탄 돌리기 합니다.
팬분들 덕분에 계속 우승하는 것 같아서 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
이때까지 응원해주신 만큼 보답을 해드렸으니까 앞으로도 똑같이 응원해주시면 그거에 맞는 보답으로 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
사우디 월드컵을 할 때 저희가 홈팬이 너무 없어가지고 이제 좀 서러웠거든요. 근데 다시 이제 한국에서 대회할 수 있게 되어가지고 여러분들 응원 들으면서 더 노력하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
있지 니산 크레이지 라쿤 간바테.
応援してくださってありがとうございます.
다음에 우리 팀이 일본에서 경기할 수 있는 기회가 있었으면 좋겠고 그때 한번 만나서 이제 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
화이팅!
And everyone, welcome back to our second match of the night. Really, the highlight of the entire season could be right here. Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. The top two going against each other, and only one will stand on top at the end. This is a really important match for both. Seems like Crazy Raccoon seems to be the favorite, but you never know. Zeta Division's been very hot recently.
Crazy Raccoon hasn't lost a map. And the closest they came was when they were kind of toying around a little bit yesterday with some different compositions. So the real question for me is, how real is the tier break between Crazy Raccoon and second place? Because I don't think there's any doubt in the world that Zeta Division has been the second best team in the region. But there's also similarly no doubt that Crazy Raccoon has been the best team in the world over the last 6 months, 5 months, something like that. So it's going to be really interesting. I think we're going to see both teams' best shot. This is essentially for first place because both of these teams, I think they play VEC and Old Ocean respectively in their final games. But this is the one, and we have to really see where Zeta is in relation. They're really the only team I think that has a shot against Crazy Raccoon, and Crazy Raccoon has just been so top tier. A lot of it has been the ball play from Junmin, just been absolutely out of this world. Can Zeta match that? Can Zeta's damage dealers be consistently as good as Lip and HaeJeokDan? It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough match, but yeah, I mean, what would you say? It's 75-25, so a lot of,
right now,
as far as predictions go.
23-77. A little bit of a rise for Crazy Raccoon. About 1-3 in ratio. So a lot of the fans thinking that Crazy Raccoon should come out with a victory. And we'll see. Zeta Division up first on stage. Flora, Alpha E, Bernard, Lijiang, Violet. Fan, the even more aggressive buff to Violet. Let's see how his Lucio plays out today. Very strong roster indeed. 6-man versus 6-man roster. Let's see how many maps they can pull off. They will be the first team to get maps off of Crazy Raccoon if they can. And Raccoons are saying we're just gonna have a perfect record of the season.
Really doubt we'll see Lifeweaver Sojourn come out today. They really required a lot of heroic plays from, Shu in particular yesterday, trying to bring back some of those early deficits that they really just put themselves into.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I could not be more excited for a match going forward. The Zeta Division has just been on a meteoric rise lately. They played really, really well all throughout this stage and in previous tournaments, and I think a lot of it just, you go back and being on the outside looking in at the Dallas Major really kind of lit a fire under this squad, and right now they've overtaken Falcons for the second best team in the region.
That's the thing. Can they really get... How many maps are they going to be forcing off? Seems like the best in the world right now, Crazy Raccoon. Can you get maps? Can you actually get a win against them? HaeJeokDan starting things. Was Bernard yesterday, I believe. Let's see what this roster can pull off. It's their biggest match that they have been preparing for. Let's see.
I think HaeJeokDan is probably going to play a lot of this, largely because you want HaeJeokDan to be able to play the ball, to be able to play the Winston. It's going to be interesting to see kind of who flinches first. I think you know what Crazy Raccoon's going to run. You're going to run a very aggressive ball composition. HaeJeokDan has been very good on the Pharah coming in. Lip has been playing, and almost anything that Lip wants to play, but the Tracer, it's been a lot of it. And yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to Flyers matchups. I think the Flyer role has been so important, and the Flyer, of course, being Echo or Pharah, and who gets the better of that, who switches first to the Echoes and the Echo fights in the sky. I just don't know how you deal with this support line. Shu has been a monster on everything. The Kiri play and Kiri getting a small buff has been great. It's been a fantastic team to watch. I guess I'm going to go against the grain and just say I think Crazy Raccoon sweeps this.
That's what's expected. Let's hear from the teams. Let's take it away for the translation.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the second match of the day. And before we head into it, we have the two team reps on stage for a quick interview. And on Zeta Division side, we have Alpha Yi representing his team.
알파이 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 크레이지 라쿤 팀도 만나보겠습니다.
And as for Crazy Raccoon, we have Shu representing his team.
네, 슈 선수 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 경기
In today's match, many say that it's a preview of the grand finals, of course, as both teams remain undefeated. And as both teams stated that they're rivals, so how do you evaluate each other's gameplay?
일단은 라쿤 팀이 일단 지금 제일 세다고
I mean,
생각하고
Crazy Raccoon is obviously the strongest team right now. They're undefeated, haven't dropped the map,
라이벌이라 생각했습니다.
and that's why, you know,
네, 자,
we think of them as rivals.
라고 이렇게 말씀을 전해 주셨는데요. 우리 크레이지 라쿤 팀은 어떻게 생각할까요?
What does Shu think about this? About this rivalry?
저희를 안
And
만나서
says
아직
it's
우승
cute,
되지 않을까 싶습니다.
pretty cute.
자, 이렇게
And I think that they feel that way
귀엽다고
because they haven't faced us yet.
정말 강적입니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전에게 또
This next question goes to Zeta.
제타 선수분들이
The players on Zeta division made a huge promise if they win this match.
유튜브 홈페이지에 가면
And you can check this out. There's a YouTube short
읽어드릴게요. 바이올렛 선수가 이제
that explains it. So Violet will do the Malatong Hulu dance, Finn will do the 0-2 dance, Hisung will sing, Bernard will do a forward roll, Alpha E will shoot, and Flora will use high noon and run around the arena.
한 선수에게 몰아주기 할 건가요? 아니면
So will
각자 다 할
one
건가요?
player do all this,
몰아주기가 맞지
or
않나. 피오템 받은
will
사람이 할
all
겁니다.
the players
자, 오늘
be
경기
doing this?
POTM 과연 잘해야
And
할까 못해야
Alpha E
할까?
says, I think one player will end up doing it.
대목인데요.
It
자,
makes more sense that
그렇다면
way.
우리 크레이지 라쿤 팀도 공약이 있을까요?
So Shu, does your team also have
문 감독님이 한 번
fan
더
service
노래를 부르는 걸로.
promise? And he says,
영원히 고통받는
Coach Moon will come up on stage again
자,
and grace us with his
이제
singing.
한국에서도 인기가 엄청나지만 일본에서도 인기가
And of course, both teams,
엄청나거든요.
they are sponsored by Japanese orgs, so they have a lot of Koreans and Japanese fans, so please say a few words to them.
오셔서 응원해 주시는 팬분들이랑 온라인에서 또 응원해 주시는
Thank you for everyone that either come to watch or supporting us online.
아리가또 고자이마스.
And for the Japanese fans,
네, 자, 일본어로
thank you as well.
이렇게
아리가또
감사한
고자이마스.
프로까지 전해주셨고요. 그렇다면 슈
And
선수는요?
as for Shu,
같은 일본 팀이어가지고 좀
It's-
뭔가
they're both
제타도
we're both
잘하지만
Japanese
크레이지
orgs.
라쿤이라는 일본 팀이 1등을 뺏기지 않도록
but
항상
I mean,
노력하고
obviously
열심히
there's a
하겠습니다.
rivalry between the two, but
감사합니다.
we'll make sure that Crazy Raccoon
네, 자,
doesn't
이렇게 양팀 인터뷰 모두
get the first
마쳤습니다.
place
지금까지
spots
제타
taken
디비전
away.
알파이 선수, 크레이지 라쿤의 슈
And that was the
선수와
team rep
인터뷰
interview.
진행해봤는데요.
Before we head into
자,
this
팀도
banger of a
아직까지
match,
진
I'm gonna send it back
경적이
to G Clef and
없기
Hex.
때문에 오늘 승리 과연 누가 차지하게 될 것인지 많은 분들
Thank
많이
you, Quest,
기대
for the
부탁드리면서
translation.
두 팀의 치열한
And
경기가
let's
펼쳐질
see
첫 번째
which
맵도
team will
확인해보시죠.
stand undefeated after today's matchup when we start things on Samoa just passed to be the map. We start things off and oh man, are we going to the beach? Volcano? I'm excited. And the
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I mean, it's a map that it really depends on the stage. So much of a control has depended on stages where you will still see Maga come out here in some instances, and I think on Beach you still see Ash being played a lot. Volcano is much shorter, so you've got like interesting rush compositions. Sometimes you can see Ramatra being played on that map. You can see May. Control has been so interesting as far as just what compositions team run on stages. Now, when we start getting to Escort and even Flashpoint, things like that, then the compositions tend to normalize and become the very meta compositions that we're very used to seeing. But Samoa could be anything here. And it is just so stage dependent.
It comes down to this. Shu wants to remain undefeated in map scores. And this will be the biggest challenge for Crazy Raccoon. Zeta division seems to be one of the strongest. And we talked about the comps. We've seen some wild, some even Orisa, some Ramatras even coming out on Samoa. And might not be having those moments from this roster as much. But it's up to them because they're also having some different feedback since the patch that hit about four days ago now.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to see the Orisa, then you probably would have Bernard in. Yeah, it's very likely going to be dive-centric. I would imagine that these teams probably end up just mirroring each other, and it just comes down to mechanics and who's winning 1v1s, who's getting better value out of ultimates, are the support lines being able to protect against the ball, and so far no one's been able to protect their support line against Junbin's ball. It's just that the tech is so much stronger than most other of the wrecking balls that we have that a lot of times the backline just doesn't even see Junbin coming, and then the dive is always there, whether it's a dive from Lijiang on the Pharaoh with him or Lip on the ground. This team has been just utterly unstoppable. The only team that's almost beat Crazy Raccoon was Crazy Raccoon.
Yes, themselves kicking back in to the game after a gear switch was yesterday. And the win predictions, oh, it's even going higher for Crazy Raccoons now. It's about 18-82. So a bit more predictions from the fans going to Crazy Raccoon as we get things ready to go into our first Samoa map. A lot of fans for Crazy Raccoon, as you can see. Junbin, the captain of the ball. And that Crazy Raccoon, oh, really well drawn with the colors and so on.
It's like an angry raccoon.
Yeah, it's crazy angry raccoon. I never felt raccoon was a dangerous animal until we had Crazy Raccoon. I thought raccoons were very friendly, cute animals, but if you fight against them, oh, good luck.
I think they're dangerous largely because they have opposable thumbs, really kind of crazy little angry hands. Grand Finals preview, very likely. It just seems like Falcons are having some issues. Although last time we saw Falcons, they kind of figured out their roster a little better. So Falcons are still a very dangerous team with bringing Stalker in, and their support rotation has been very strong with when they use Surmajed. So that's a team that I'm still a little iffy on. We're going to see them play still a couple more matches, and they're definitely going to finish out, well, I don't know about definitely, it's not locked in yet, but you would assume they finish out top 4, and we'll be seeing them play a lot. But, you know, Zeta Division, having beaten Falcons, they've earned this right, and they've just been on such an upward trajectory. They've been getting better and better, and right now, it's just, for me, I want to see, is anyone close to Crazy Raccoon? Because really doesn't feel that way right now.
Closest might be Zeta Division. And
well, yeah, it's the closest, but how close?
I know.
You know,
first they have to get map. That's the realistic goal, since no one else was able to do so. And other than Korea as a region, other regions like Japan and Pacific, there were moments where they came close, but not against like a top tier Korean team. So we might just have to have that answer later against EMEA NA teams. And doesn't look like Crazy Raccoon will go down to even them from the other regions. So I think Zeta Division might just have the highest chance of taking maps or even a match against Crazy Raccoon. You never know what's going to come. I'm pretty sure Zeta Division also, they had some rough match against Poker Face, but I think this is one match that they had to prepare for. Some great artwork from the fans again. The cheer placard. Is that printed? No, it's hand drawn, right?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, the
it
fonts.
Looks hand drawn.
Yeah, the fonts look like it was just printed. Maybe not. I can't tell. It's just so well drawn.
Well,
fans.
One thing to look forward to tonight too. If Crazy Raccoon lose a map, we will finally get to see them pick a map. Have yet to choose a map this entire stage.
That's also the thing. I look down on the sheet and it's just 100% all over. And the maps that they haven't played for Crazy Raccoon is Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Junkertown, and Shambali. Other than those 4 maps, New Junk City also. Other than those 5 maps, it's just 100% win rate. So it's not much of a data. It's just all 100%. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think we'll have a lot of time to talk about this if and when it happens, but they did look like they struggle a bit on Runasapi. And some of that was, running a Sojourn early on, but I mean, even on some of the other instances for this team, Runasapi's been a map that hasn't looked perfect for them. It seems like both teams are ready as we enjoy the final rounds of art here, and we should be going in momentarily.
Can't wait. This is the match that we've been waiting for such a long time. The last week, second to last day of the final week of the regular round robin Zeta Division. We have them All the way on top, Alpha E, Flora, Heesung, Finn, Violet. Let's see what kind of damage output they can go against Crazy Raccoon on the bottom. Lip, Heesung, Junbin, Chorong, Shu. What a dangerous roster. Expecting a 3-0 from Crazy Raccoon, but Zeta Division is going to do whatever they can do to stop this from happening. Let's get to Samoa first control map. Hypens on X. This is some high quality Overwatch we're about to see.
I also want to see what skins Lip is running. He usually picks the opposing DPS former team skins. Oh, not right now. I was expecting maybe an NYXL skin or something.
Or some new Anubis skins. Just going all the way quickly with the Pharah on Heesung. Tracer Pharah. And Ash Tracer from Zeta. Flora.
Okay.
Immediately quickly getting healed. Junbin? Junbin?
You never know. Zeta Division's running a very defensive backline, though. I mean, it is to deal with Junbin's dive.
What a dart!
Yeah, it is good.
Still not enough Flora. He's taken out immediately from Heesung. Along with that pile driver. Well handled by Finn, but the damage was already done from Junbin. Sorry to cut you off there, but that was a quick sleep dart.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what I was alluding to. I mean, this backline is intended to be able to deal with a strong dive and to set up Flora for success. You catch the dive and you let Flora poke away at the squad. Now, Flora has been forcing this Cassidy a lot of times, and it's not a terrible stage to do it, but the question is, can Flora get anything done with it? A couple of plinks early on. He's hitting shots.
That's right. There's a target onto Heesung, but Tracer comes in to distract a little bit on the floor, putting some more pressure. Alpha E down, Heesung. That Pharah seems to be the key point of the day so far. Sleep dart is good on the ball, but Heesung's gonna do so much more. That's a second, a third. And the Raccoons are pushing them all the way back to the division. Changing heroes. See Widow, Winston, Tracer back on Flora's hands.
Okay, yeah, Alpha E momentarily onto the Widow and spawn is able to take out Heesung, but they do have to make the switch. They switch onto Echo, the Echoes, to try to deal with the Pharah, because the Crazy Raccoon Pharah dive comp has worked out so well. Junbin goes in and he's just a distraction. He eats up resources. He's a tank, he's a damage sponge. But both times Junbin has gone in and gets slept, it doesn't matter. Heesung has been there to finish off kills.
Pulse bump, flip, spin wide, rage. But the beats from Chorong will cover them up. Running towards them. Heal for now. Heesung still up in the air. Finn gets caught too quickly. Look at the focus fire. The HP bar just melts, evaporates. And that's again, Crazy Raccoon seems to be running this. Wants to get that 100 to 0. Let's have the rally and the nano. Flora waiting from the side for the touch.
He's gonna be, yeah. The nano has to come in here. You just wonder if it's going to be Heesung to stall or Alpha E so that they can try to get some pressure into this guy.
Do the rush. Three on the side. Heesung right next to him. The Alpha E takes down the extra damage. The nano. This time the purple. Not going to be 100 to 0. And actually not that many tools used from Zeta Division. Hold up.
I have no idea how Crazy Raccoon's still alive. Junbin, Chorong, and Shu are all solo.
Yeah, Lip's
Shu
still there.
finally falls.
With Chorong. And Junbin's back in fight. These three. Still there's the contest, but the flip is about to come. But he had to use that duplicate. And the rally from Violet. Forcing so many big tools. Just by staying alive. That's a 3, 4, 5 now joining in from Lip.
Violet had to use the rally, stay alive. It's not the biggest deal because Crazy Raccoon does not really have anything in the pocket. The next thing they're going to have is Barrier, but they know that both of the support ultimates are already out from Zeta Division, so this might be just an engagement barrier. Or just you go in with the dive, and as soon as Junbin pile drives, you beat on top of it and just completely rush forward.
Yeah, no, might get confused a little bit. Heesung and Heesang. both members. Now barrier from Chorong. Early on. Been dead. There's a dive. Chorong gets a double. The D-Mech plus Lip. Everyone just following the lead with the speed. Who do you have left?
Yeah,
Alpha E. That is it.
That was exactly what you're expecting when knowing that you have a huge advantage on the support ultimates and you can just go in with the beats and with the extra damage that Lucio does now and the aggression that Crazy Raccoon has shown overall, they just dive with the Lucio. Just Lucio pure in, speed, beat, dive.
That's right.
2 kills for Lucio.
There's a ball, Lip, and the Lucio chasing you. Don't feel great. And well, Zeta didn't really have their own Lucio. It was Violet covering up with the break.
The Reaper would be an interesting wrinkle. It's something that was played against Crazy Raccoon, so they know its viability.
Yeah, likely there will be a Winston of the opposing team. Teleports.
Yeah, so this is the micro game ends up being Hisang versus Hisang.
Winston versus Weeper. Let's see it. Spots the enemy on top. He sounds bank a little. Bin. First, putting pressure on the Finn. Hisang down. Lip has been doing massive work with the Lucio again. And that seems to be the first capture without the Winston from Zeta. Here it is.
Well, it's just the pressure onto the back line right there. You dive on a Finn misses the darts, and it causes Violet to have to come back and peel. That means there's no healing up front for Junbin, or for Hisang rather, and Liv's just able to clean up.
With the Reaper Ash, it's close, 29 HP. Goes back up.
Shot.
Yeah, good shots following up from Flora. You can always trust Flora on the hit scan. There's a flip finally after only 25%, so not the worst case scenario for Zeta.
And no switches come in. This is where you want to be. This is one of the better stages for Ash here. Flora is able to set up on the platforms, able to back up through the doorways and get the healing if you need. The architecture dive is going to come in left side, followed by the opposing Winston.
Tracer. Scariest Tracer in the world. Up out on the field. Up getting taken down with the pulse in him. Stop. With the boost, will do so much more away. Still survives, and Sound Barrier comes in right after that pulse. Big time, 2-man down. And the down was used. So Winston survives for extra second. Bit of a fight back from Alpha E, but that's already fight over.
Like Shu's Kitsune Rush was in a decent spot there, but the purple that follows up onto Reaper made sure that not getting a lot of work done. Now big advantage for Zeta Division. Kitsune Rush down.
Lip again. With a bit of a help. Hisang. Pop the rage, and the rush is also gone. A lot of big tools used by Zeta, still not coming on top for the team fight. Raccoon pushing them all the way back. Flora cannot stay alive. That is also Finn. Getting tested all the way back to the spawn. And Raccoons are just pushing them to the line where they just can't hold.
It's mostly just been getting the supports completely isolated, and they're doing such a good job, whether it's Hisang pressuring in and making sure that all the resources go into the Reaper, or Junbin pressuring in, dropping the bubble, and getting in and getting out. And just Finn and Violet have been fighting for their lives every second.
Oh, Lip. What a fantastic racer player he is. And Hisang is here. There's the the fashion blossom, I want to say, from Hisang. If there's no one else coming in, I'll just use it. Might as well. And there it is. 2-0. Samoa's it out from Crazy Raccoon. A little bit of a gap that we have seen between the two teams. I was hoping for Zeta to be putting a lot more of a fight, but that Samoa just went straight, almost straight to Crazy Raccoon's hands.
It just comes down to the amount of pressure they're able to put on the back line and the position that they put the back line in for Zeta Division. That very first fight was exemplary of it. Just completely dives in, and then the opposing side, when your Winston has dove in on the other side and there's no support for it at all because you're just getting kind of pushed back, then they're able to clean up the Winston. Then you're going to be able to follow up because there's no Winston, there's no shield. So it's just the overall aggression and survivability of this Crazy Raccoon roster has been unmatched.
Can anyone contest? I'm talking, can anyone get to like 99 to 99 on a single point for control or any other map? It seems to be unstoppable. And as a lot of you guys predicted, it seems like Crazy Raccoon is still unstoppable with the amount of force that they have shown in Samoa. There was some contest in the middle, but especially the ball and the catch into the Tracer Lucio dive from the Crazy Raccoon just wasn't stopped. Lip was getting so many, not solo, but with the help of Lucio, the kills just kept on happening within the team, even before the team fight break off. And let's see if that continues, because we'll take a short break and let's see if Zeta Division can come back into the series. Welcome back, everyone, to the battle of the potential first places from Korea. Zeta Division down 0-1. Crazy Raccoon seems angry. They're furious. Want to take out anyone in their path for that perfect record of having no map lost during the entire season. And it seems like they're on their way to do it. Samoa. Crazy Raccoon took it. Lijiang City is the map. Zeta Division. Ooh. they ever play this map? I don't think so during the season.
It's been a lot of Suravasa from both of these teams. So Zeta Division 3-1 on Suravasa. Of course, Crazy Raccoon undefeated on Suravasa at 2-0. So getting a little bit of a different wrinkle here. Suravasa, a very, very strong Pharah map. We've seen Crazy Raccoon go absolutely crazy on the ball and Pharah dive with this map. It just seems like no matter where you go, HaeJeokDan was in the air. Okay, so HaeJeokDan will come out. Bernard's coming in. This leads me to believe that they want to run very likely an Orisa or perhaps even a Maga here. Both can be very good against the heavy dive style that Crazy Raccoon is known for. If they're not going to sub out Junbin, so the ball comes in, or the Winston. Winston's terrible against Maga. And then Orisa can just be a very solid defensive tool. It feels like Zeta Division wants to play a little more defensively. They want to try to catch the aggression, deal with it, and then push back forward. Give Flora room to work on the hit scan heroes that Flora much prefers. I mean, that's how Zeta Division has styled their wins a lot of the time. Especially Stage 1, it was very much Flora gets all the resources and Flora go nuts. That was more so when Cass was a much stronger hero. Now Flora's having to go to the Ashe, tried to force the Cass a little bit on Samoa. It didn't really work out for them either. It's just, how do you deal with everything that Crazy Raccoon has? Because if you deal with Junbin and you sleep Junbin, then HaeJeokDan is hitting rockets. That's and then you finally start to put some pressure onto HaeJeokDan by going to an Echo. So, okay, now we've got 2 people neutralized, but then Lip comes in and starts killing everyone on the ground. There's just too much. The backline is way too strong, and now the backline can put out more damage, which I think is just an overall huge buff to Crazy Raccoon. You saw Choron getting kills with a beat engage dive. It's just too much. Every single player on this team is the best at their spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lip by himself can do so much, but with the Lucio and the buff, I don't think anyone except for the tank can actually survive that focus. Oh, there's a Raccoon. The real life Raccoon. Not as angry, not as crazy. See how the real Raccoon looks a little cute and very friendly. But not the Crazy Raccoon that we have on stage.
Yeah, he's got the bandit mask on. He's hiding something, you know? That's why raccoons look so devious.
Seemed like we might have had some minor issues. Very minor issues from Crazy Raccoon's side before we jump into the second map. Couldn't hear anything exactly what's been happening. Pretty sure just getting the final tech check before we go in. Zeta. I love Zeta. They're just making things up now. Doesn't even make sense in Korean.
I wonder if we're getting to the point where you just... I don't think Zeta should try to play off meta. I think if you're going to beat Crazy Raccoon, you can't rely on trickery and trying to go really off-classing or anything like that. But I don't know if you can mirror this team and beat them at their own game. They have a brand of dive and aggression that is more coordinated and just more in sync than anyone else in the region right now. And I think what Zeta is trying to do with playing a little more defensively and setting up their hit scan for success is perhaps the right idea. But everyone's going to have to play to perfection, because the moment you make a mistake, you're in trouble.
You're right.
The fights that they won on Samoa were when they were able to put all the, pretty much every ability into the Winston that was coming in at them and get the anti, and then everyone hit their shots, and then they were able to move out. That was the one fight they won on Beach. But they've been few and far between, and it just feels like you have to have perfect play from your Ana, which they're capable of, but it's asking a lot.
Can you even cheese? And in Flashpoint, you can cheese maybe 1 point. Can you cheese all 3 points? I don't think that's happening against the world of Raccoons. They will react to it and change the comps immediately. Find the solution. very likely because of the experience these players have throughout years of competitive Overwatch history. Of course, on both sides, but Raccoon seems to be the big favorite as we have seen from Samoa. Lijiang City is the next map. Flashpoint. Let's get it down. Map number 2. Here we go. Raccoon's Junbin on the ball.
Why do you say that with any sort of surprise?
There's no factor of surprise.
Yeah. I will be Bernard and the Orisa, very likely.
Genji will be a nice addition. And Bernard. Orisa it is. Violet.
Well, he's like...
Violet's on those here.
Okay, yeah. So Junbin goes to the Maga. Very good. This is still a... I mean, it's a variation of a dive composition. You have to wait for the stomp to come, and it's going to be stomp and dash. You can also switch to a Pharah here, too, because of the sustain that you will get from Cardiac. But, yeah, Junbin will very likely try to run in and stomp here. But right now, they're just going to play it slower.
Alpha E with the beam, extra stickies. Field gone from Shu. Bit of division on a push. More pressure. Team holding it well. Floor off to the side. Put it down for the first capture. Or at least attempting with the overrun. First stomp, but with the Orisa holding it well, but for a second. And the Raccoons just dominating with the power, pure power that they have with the Mauga.
Yeah, the overrun is so good. It ends up kind of separating them as well. They do get the chase down. Crazy Raccoon's one of the better teams at chasing teams down. I wonder if they're going to try to do kind of still the same style that they would play if they had a ball, where they want to force a fight in a spot that's unexpected. It's been one of their biggest advantages on most flashpoints, is they will find a team coming in and hit them on the side or hit them behind and not let the team set up for the play that they're trying to make. But it seems like they're just going to play this a little bit safe.
Yeah, that's already
play back a little more defensive.
Already 50% sound barrier available, and beat Orong. Violet back in hot, and Lip stove upon Zeta Division, hit first with the rush, and actually a lot of tools used by Crazy Raccoon for this fight. Great sign for Zeta Division without the duplicates being used. Forces out both of the supports, and a good trade.
Okay, Junbin's going to stay on this Maga, very likely, just because at 90% you want the Cage. And Cage is one of the better combo pieces with the Deadeye and with Blade. Works out really well. But I'm not sure they'll stick with it after that, because D.Va on the field is a really good counter.
Oh, Violet! It's always the target, somehow. It's down. Alpha E. Force yourself into duplicate, but already 81%. Raccoons will take the point if they don't contest. D.Va. Bernard off to the side, waiting for Violet to come in, but already a lot of low HP members. Copies Mauga. The wall. Stop. The Cage comes down from Junbin, and the blade from Lijiang. Slashes through a couple of targets, and that is a team wipe gone. Flora recalls. That's 1 point for Crazy Raccoon on the flashpoint.
It's the best setup, ultimate tank in the game right now. I mean, the Cage fighter works well with Pharah, works well with Genji, works well with Cass. Kind of like similar to how Grav used to be, just kind of a fight-winning ultimate for those tanks. Meanwhile, on the other side, they don't really have a tank ultimate per se. Self-destruct is extra life. They're on this now, but I'm predicting a switch happens eventually if Bernard stays on this D.Va, but Crazy Raccoon very likely going to try to take a different angle here, force out some fights early.
That's Flora. The side has the pulse ready. Violet. It's a dangerous moment with the rush. Lijiang will be forced to go down quickly with the rush and retard the field. Do the save. You healed everyone back. Forced off. First cap from Zeta. Rush in again. No field. The beat has to come down. Deadeye. Should take it down. What a response from Zeta this time. Quick flip back, and that's a teamfight win.
They're matching aggression with aggression. not quite over yet. But when they got overrun on the first map, it was largely because Crazy Raccoon was just more aggressive. Zeta Division has the better composition right now to deal with some of these heroes. You're going to see Lijiang switch off of the Genji. He's going to get beamed down by the Echo almost every single time. A little surprised he didn't stay on this Maga, but he must have a plan with it.
Feeling safe. Beautiful cage to give it for the first point. See, contested, Matrix up, Violet down. Lip, Colosseo out early. Certainly helps getting the flip. But dives in, shoot dead. Matrix still up there with a bit of a trade. And that's a quick wrap. Taking care of the rush. A little contest as some delays come in from Zeta. 99-0. Just getting a start to the second point for the Raccoons now.
Juman's going to be close to cage again. But right now, Zeta Division has the huge economy advantage when it comes to support ultimates. Although Crazy Raccoon's done a pretty good job of avoiding this Kitsune rush. Been used it like 2 fights ago, and they just backed out. But Zeta Division did the smart thing of just keep following them. The unfettered aggression. See where this Kitsune rush comes down from Finn now. You usually want to angle it on the point, try on the point with it.
There's a lot of ultimates coming online. There's Rush. And again, very aggressive to cage. The beat is good from Chorong, both from Violet. Stick will eat up by the shield. Deadeye from the side, catches 2 from Liv. What a position. Wasn't seen from Zeta Division at all.
That should be enough as the Maga's can come back here with the Harviat.
Stop a little more. But with 2 big team fights, Raccoons will be able to turn this again to 0.
Lips made Cats work in a way that I haven't seen since stage 1. People have been forcing Cats all throughout this stage, and great hit scan players have been forcing Cats, and it's just not been the value. I don't know how he was able to hide and slick in that double kill, but Cats with the Maga is a composition that works out pretty well, even without the ultimates, because you can get the sustain. And you're going to have a great zoning tool, and the overrun is really solid.
Yeah.
And again, Finn just unable to get like enormous value out of that Kitsune rush.
Yeah, always starting the fight, but Raccoons are just reacting a little better, especially with Shu. Having the field keeps everyone alive. Let's see Zeta. They do have the speed. No rush. There's a lot of tools in both teams' hands. First gap comes through from Crazy Raccoon. Lijiang with the first. We'll try a second, but recall's out of there. Jubin and the contest in the middle. Slightly better and more damage has been put out already. Zeta also keeping their tools. Bit of a stagger onto this Diva.
Oh. Left with another 2 piece.
Tried a little bit, but Raccoon's on the point, looking for a third flashpoint. About 10% difference.
Yeah, they just completely different style from Crazy Raccoon normally. They're playing it so defensively, just putting Lip in position. Shu's going to be able to drop this amplification matrix at whatever door that Zeta tries to come in through. Zeta's going to have to just be as super aggressive as possible. That's not hardly
Pulse. Nope. There's a sound barrier. Great cover by both supports from Raccoons, and the damage on the other side, it's a lot more. The field keeps Cassidy up. That's all they need. He's down for now. But Chorong, Lijiang, they've done a lot more. To Zeta on the other side. There's Lucio and Tracer still alive. Violet. Not use that sound barrier. Not afford that. Even the cage. Junbin says this is the end of the flashpoint. With the Deadeye, I hear the sound. No extra overtime, and that is it. Raccoons deliver again. Looking for that perfect win.
It's just the moment that the rest of the team pushes in, rather than playing defensively, they just rush the Maga at the supports, and they end up pulling both supports. Both supports died at 93 and 99 on their ultimates respectively there. It completely nerfs the whole fight. They had no great answer for Lip somehow, so they're playing defensively, and then they just hit the switch, and that's what's Maga so perfect for. The Diva never really was able to do a great counter. They were trying to dive that backline. That backline stays alive constantly and just really able to completely flip the script. As a team that's usually more aggressive, that composition allows them to be very defensive, kind of sit back and wait. The onus is on the D.Va. They get to the points faster. They're able to disengage from Kitsune rushes, and they never were in a bad spot. Lip, even when his team died, was able to hide and get the ultimate. So really interesting play. We haven't seen a ton of the Maga from this team because they haven't had to run it, but it's a really nice wrinkle that they're able to pull off. And Maga can be so good on that map. You saw the cage value as well.
Yeah, the cage blade was beautiful to first pull out. And after that, don't need the blade. We can just switch off to another Cassidy and the save from Shu. Right after the field was gone, the sound barrier just to pair it up so the Cassidy stays alive for extra few seconds. And then within that time, Mauga and the other side of the field, Zeta takes a lot more damage. So, and the resources put in, not really gaining that much back. Zeta was just finding no solutions after another. Well, there was some really good rushes from Finn. But after a couple of times, Crazy couldn't find a good solution. That's the team that we were talking about. Just quick, adaptive, and they find solutions after just the team fight. And they're leading the charge 2-0. Can Zeta get something done with this matchup? I was hoping for some more contests, but seems like the Raccoons are a little too strong for now. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have that map number 3, another map selection for Zeta. Up for Crazy Raccoon at the moment against Zeta Division. This is score. As you can see from the map set, we're going to King's Row. Really forcing things hard. Zeta Division, one of the better maps that they have had. Can they deliver some more result against these Raccoons? We haven't had a single map, a point, or even a point in the map. 0-2 Samoa, 0-3 Lijiang City. Very tough for Zeta Division to come back, but there's a little bit of a break in the middle. We'll see what happens here.
It's just really interesting about Crazy Raccoon and the style in which they've won both of these maps. It was very aggressive on Samoa, the pure in dive. I mean, they feathered in a Reaper, which is a little more of a defensive hero, but then on Lijiang City, playing the Maga allows them to play defensively. They're playing with a Baptiste and a Cass, which is a completely defensive setup there. And then the moment that D.Va goes in to try to shut down the Cass, there's either peel or a counter aggression that goes into the backline and completely demolishes their backline. So Crazy Raccoon just has every style in their pocket, and it was nice to see a new wrinkle from them there. Lip was hitting every single shot on Cass, and he maybe wasn't lighting up the kill feed, but there were so many times where he'd hit 2 on Echo, and Echo's got to leave. He'd hit a headshot on Tracer, and Tracer's got to leave. Was cleaning up Lucio. So Zeta has tried everything. They tried to play defense on the first map, didn't work. With the defensive backline with the Ana and the Brig. They tried to play offense on the second map, and it didn't work. And Crazy Raccoon, I mentioned it before, this tier break feels extremely real right now, as far as it is Crazy Raccoon and everyone else is a distant second, third, fourth.
Also feeling it. I had the biggest question of how close can Zeta get to Crazy Raccoon, the Kings who has the throne. Really seeing the gap. It's not just the 2-0. It's about how this 2-0 formed in the first 2 maps. It wasn't really that close of a deal. Thing is, we can talk about it after the match. If it ends up being a 3-0 or Zeta Division, their map pick, let's go into King's Row. We'll see if the Zeta Division can pull off something else, pull out a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how this team operates, too, is they always understand what the other team has, right? And that's mostly Shu being able to track ultimates as well as Shu can. And then the calls for the aggression and when to flip the switch, they just let Junbin decide, you know, because he is the aggressive tank, because the tank is almost always the initiation for this squad. But they also know when the other team is going to have something. If you notice, like, Finn almost got very little value out of Kitsune rushes because they were just expecting them every single time, and they would disengage.
Yep, here's the engage. Song. Zeta Division chose to attack first. Little line push. Raccoon goes back to the safety spots. Behind. Violet again. Looking for that sweet headshot. If he can. No one his sidelines for now. He's on the point.
It's a good map pick. This is pretty much Violet's best map. Yeah, nice shot.
Forces them to be having some distance. Without the Winston. Still taking some time. Not really getting those ticks early on until they get extra kills. There it is, Alpha E. Down. Finn should be coming back soon enough. 2 ticks.
Junbin does take over the window here, but I don't think they're going to go in. Yeah, you want to leave with bodies here. You don't want to give up. Yeah, the next 2 fights.
Purple again from Finn. That's the nano already. The Shu did go down. Not going to be matching that quick headshot. Great cover again. Dangerous. Saw that headshot coming in. The payload finally into the first choke. He's not going all the way up. Shu all the way back here. Both Ana's ready with the nano. Lijiang from the sky. The barrage was just not spotted.
That's still nice for them too. This is a team that they will pretty often nano their aura and let that run a while. Trouble now that Alpha E swings back. But not having to use the nano there is pretty nice for Crazy Raccoon. They will lose the Farah, but with the movement ability shoot effects, that's a loss they could not have. Actually a little surprised the nano coming to save Junbin. wasn't there.
Yeah, maybe he was expecting Rage to kick in before that. Don't know exactly what happened during for the players, but that could have been a good save. But with an extra ultimate now, so the next fight saved up for the Raccoons. 8 ultimates as we see Violet going down. Big loss for Zeta.
Might have been.
Yeah,
regardless, here's the primal.
The sleep, focus fire with the barrage from Zeta seems excellent. 2 down. There will be keep on pushing. And Flora hit scan master. Right on the money. Yeah, that will get them almost to that second point. Raccoon still holding 3 ultimates who will certainly come for the contest. Plenty of time for Zeta. Seems like the things are finally somewhat working out for Zeta. And they go all the way. There's Junbin from the side. Shu all the way from the back. Nano ready to go. Might not be required. Just a bop. Aggressive Violet positioning go is paid for his own death.
They're gonna be fine here now. I mean, I think the Fury is usually way better in this comp because of the cleanse. So many people have been getting antied, and there's no cleanse for this team. The rally just not as full utility. Well, tanks traded out though early.
Trade down for rally. Been purpled. Can't take him out all the way back. Shu still holding that nano for the longest time. Don't think it was. There it is. On Junbin, Flora. A lot of members of Zeta getting pushed. Down again. Been having one of the tougher games. He was focused down so many times.
The last 2 fights they've been focusing on Violet because they understand that Violet with the Suzu and with the utility has been an issue for them and all the damage. Also, Violet will just like drop it defensively to Tsune and end up completely deleting you. So when they push down on Violet really hard, here comes the aggression.
Look, oh man, he's not just saying, "You're getting way too much heal. I'll just do a lot more output on my end." Pops a barrage for 1 man, and it was about 320. Now talking. 335. Song's still alive. Alpha E. 5 ultimates. Going in hard for Zeta. Should be the moment.
Yeah.
Lijiang.
Nano Farah. But.
Yeah, but. Yeah, that's the thing. The big 2. Whoa. Hey, whoop. Put an end to this. With Junbin and Liv. They're playing out of their mind.
Because of the aggression onto Violet for the last several times when Violet was on the Curie and they forced him out, they're forcing Violet onto the Brig, less of a playmaker. Violet's best hero on this map for several instances has been his Curie and the ability to get the damage done and to take off angles and flanks, but now at the second point, the off angles aren't necessarily as great there as they are on the defensive burst. Now, 44 seconds left. This is Zeta's last best push.
They burnt about 3 minutes on this point. Ready to go off, but he has the barrage. For that off angle, the chance from the sky. Win against Lijiang.
Careful.
Rally coming in from Chorong. Takes Lijiang down. No rage. Must have been from the stun. Quickly done.
You're going to get an anti-in barraged, but all the trades still in favor of big anti on the other side, and it's like
the purple. That's big time, man. Lijiang's still there. And even barrage. Just to buy some extra time, less than 3 seconds.
Trying to kill the primal before it touches, but they were unable to do it.
Lip's still there. Lijiang with an extra jump. Bubbled away. Can't touch again. That was it. Only 1.5. Done by Zeta. Couldn't. They really had the opportunity to hit at least 2. But it was just not delivered. Raccoon with a solid defense once again in King's Row.
forcing Violet off of the Kiri was so clutch. I mean, even towards the end there when they just didn't have cleanse to deal with these long-range antis, HaeJeokDan was getting great value here. This is the nano onto Alfie. Both of these teams are pretty well known for nanoing their Pharah, but with the perfect counter, it's in a very solid position, and the Bob value was clutch there.
It was. Oh man, I could feel the tension, especially Violet is trying to do extra work. Unless something happens from him, I think he feels that unless I do something, he might just go down to Raccoon 3-0. I think he's feeling the pressure, going really aggressive, but he's also paying his life for it.
That's just how Violet plays. I mean, there's been several instances where Zeta Division has won this map largely because Violet and the Kiri play has been phenomenal. A little bit surprised he's not playing it on the defense here because he has been so good at it, but the aggression has come so hard onto Violet and then conversely Finn that I think you have to play the Brig here. You have to get the Inspire healing. You know actually where Finn's going to be kind of hanging out up in the window too, and when those dives come in to be able to hit the Inspires and the whips is going to be critical to keep Finn alive.
See, as we switch sides, Lip back on Tracer. HaeJeokDan still there. Life Fever. More now. We'll be going for that switch. The Brig after checking the comp of Zeta. And all the way up here. The back window. Purple around the statue. HaeJeokDan waited for that time being. Pushing the front line slightly back for Zeta. Oh, but he's still up here. Junbin with the first. We'll have much better
missile-assisted dive in. Yeah, it's a missile-assisted dive in of Crazy Raccoon that has been so good for them on the Flashpoint maps, especially coming in here. That's a nice equalization. Offense with trades is usually better, but Flora gets the better of that one.
And a double. Flora in his prime position.
Yeah, now he's going to be able to sit here for a second until he gets pushed off. I mean, this is the rotation you see on Kings all the time. Your Ashe wants to be there until the rockets come or the Winston comes. Then you rotate to the window until the rocket comes or the Winston comes. You just have all the chances in the world to take shots before those rotations come in.
Exactly, and you have support right next to you. HaeJeokDan select, focused. Still up here with the rage. Pops that at the perfect time, but defensive in a way to justify time. Can't have anyone else joining in because it's a danger zone. There's a rally from Chorong. Perfect position and the timing. Lip gets caught in the middle. Okay, Bionade coming down from Finn. Rage still there. And Junbin is just gonna collapse on top with a lot of tools already used by Zeta. Perfect whip.
Chorong. I mean, the early rally just to get everyone in position through the doorways, and then there's a big nano that comes in on a HaeJeokDan to dive the back line, gets slept, Chorong peels back, they keep Shu alive, and then Shu's able to counter nano on the way in. There's going to be no reason to touch here for Zeta Division. Raccoon will take that point.
You just wait for the perfect opportunity. And
yeah, when you see these mirrored Brig comps, it's a lot of it is trying to get value out of rallies rather than just trying to use it to save your life, and usually those Brigs die anyway. So I really like Chorong's early rally there just to get them over-healed and in position to take that first corner because they were getting bullied back.
Shu getting bullied a little bit on the alley, but he's got his allies covering up. Dangerous move. Purple. Lip goes down. Catch. Another some great Bionades coming down from Finn. Zeta holding this position. So in the room. Alpha E covering up with the rockets.
Great aggression.
Good tempo. And was able to hold all the ultimates. Zeta. Looking good so far. Extra 3:15 to go for Crazy Raccoon.
Alpha Yi's done a great job with the concussive blast of repositioning. You saw it during that last fight too, where he just repositions the Wiz to make sure he can't get out, then it ends up hitting the shot. But Shu opens it with a nade, as Shu will often do.
Both Annas are just so good. Oh, again! What a catch! Right there on Violet. And that's 2 down. Almost. HaeJeokDan tried to go for the extra delay. but it's just going to be buying a couple of seconds, not much. Actually, going for a longer respawn. Junbin, that was supposed to be Isang's kill.
You never leave it up to chance, which is the far in the sky.
That's not fair.
Projectile speed is not perfect, so
not fair. Unfair fight. The Raccoons holding 4. Zeta all 5. The 9 ultimates.
They have to
go.
They have to use them here. I mean, it's all ults here, so this one is like 100% execution. I think whoever goes first probably goes fast. Rally comes in from Chora.
And a rally. Still keeping that nano from Shu. Find some time, bit of a rotation from Raccoons as Junbin stalling back line. Pops out from Flora. Taking out the barrage. Created Alpha, he goes down to the bubble himself, and Heesung. Where's one more? So about 3 used from Raccoons. Rally's still available for Violet.
Reset, 90 seconds. Image just holding his corner until reinforcements come. Have to back out. The great thing for Crazy Raccoon is they're able to hold this nano. There was a completely different style there. Zeta uses the nano to try to go in. Chorong defensively with the rally. Now the tables are turned. There's still going to be a barrage. This might end up being Nano Pharah to live with the barrage.
So you can see it, Flora. Close. And all the way back. Survives. There is the nano. No barrage yet. The rally comes up early.
In's almost got nano.
Oh, barrage! Misses the target and he goes down! Now the perfect placement from Heesung. There's still got less than a minute to go. Raccoons! 3-man down. Zeta. This might be the first!
Yeah, just really poor execution on the fall there. I think it's almost a situation where you maybe don't even want a barrage. Really felt like there was pressure at the end. 30 seconds to go, and Crazy Raccoon to the cupboard is bare. They're going to be going against a nano. You can nano Winston. Winston will be the primal. You can nano Pharah here and just have Winston be primal wherever. Crazy Raccoon is up against it. This could be the first map loss.
Yeah, seems very much like it, unless there's some big mistakes coming out from Zeta. A lot more tools available. There's nano and Alpha E. Be going down early. Oh, slapped! What a dart! Coming from Shu! This could have been the moment, but Zeta, even with the rage, seems like they're in trouble! Raccoon with the rally. Junbin down, but still 4-man up. Lip, Heesung! Overtime! The payloads!
Clutch rally.
Going in!
Almost kept Junbin alive.
That's sleep dart!
Gonna be Bob.
Okay, touching. Great trade. Doomfist, Bob on the cart. Point.
Got a stage. Junbin can get here. Junbin can get
I'll
here with
down.
primal.
No barrage. There should be lit. Again and again, this guy just turns hot. 0-3, and that's it. Raccoon will not drop a map. Indeed, that was so close. That was almost. We're saying there's so much more available from Zeta. This could be the first map, but they clutch it again. They just know how to solve Overwatch. What an insane squad of talent.
Heartbreaking for Zeta Division. A lot closer on Kings. I think it's one of Zeta's best maps. I think it'll be their pick in the future when you have to go against things like this. They looked really good, but Crazy Raccoon just know when they need to be aggressive, when they need to hold back. They know their win conditions, they know their loss conditions. And you saw it even there towards the end. I mean, the Bob is on the card, he gets there, but then you've got the Pharah just kind of sitting on the ground waiting. They know that Junbin can come back, he's going to have it. The rallies to play defensively and then switch the gear to push it into offense with your nanos. And yeah, I mean, just some unforced errors from Crazy Raccoon, still able to pull it off, and a lot of it is arguably because they have the best player in the world currently. It's Lip.
Lip, certainly deserving to be the player of the match from Crazy Raccoon. Tracers, insane. The Ash, of course. That last sleep dart, without it, I think Zeta still should have been able to hold the sleep dart onto Alpha E nano. That was insane.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be the huge win condition to end things, and just I don't know how you overlook Shu. This is always a team where you could pick almost anyone on the squad and give them player of the match. I mean, there's a shout out to Junbin to pick up the Maga, but what really impressed me was Lips Cass. It's a hero that most teams have struggled to run. Teams have tried to force it on Blizzard World a lot of the time, on close range control maps, and just never getting the value. And he was getting dove by the Diva a lot of those times with Deadeye up, but then the Baptiste play was there. They just showed a couple of different styles tonight. So as good as their regular old comp is, which is the Flyer, the Ball, and the Tracer dive, they showed some nice wrinkles tonight. The Lip crushed on every single roll. The Tracer early, the Cass on second, the Ashe on third. Like, what more do you want out of a damage player?
Pure destruction. Yeah, just Deadeye from the side. Beautiful sight. And he continued to deliver so hard against Flora, who's also known for some Cassidy play. And the final Ashe play, the first half and the second half. Pretty good, always delivering.
That Bob ended up shutting down another big Farah dive in, so just Lip, exceptional player.
And we will hear from him. Quest, take it away for the interview.
Very much, Clef. We are here with the second interview, or second POTM interview of the day. Of course, Crazy Raccoon continues to dominate with a 3-0 victory over Zeta Division. We have the Warlord himself, Lip on stage. And before we head into the interviews, please introduce yourself. And this is Lip, man of the hour. Of course, with today's victory, the undefeated match streak continues. And the team continues to prove why they're the top dogs of the OWCS. So how do you feel about the win?
오늘이 마지막이 아니고 이제 좀 2등 팀이랑 경기를 하다 보니까 이제 저희 무실 세트도 그렇고 이제
And of course, we were playing against the second place team, so
수월하게 이겨서 다행인 것 같아요.
half excited, half nervous about the results. But I'm glad it turned out well. And can you also tell us about the momentum of the victory?
그 결과로 1, 2세트는 좀 수월하게 이겼는데
And I think that we prepared well for it, and I think that it led to the map 1 and 2, the easy victories for those maps. Can you tell us how you prepared the heroes for today's match as well?
연습하는 건 아니고 그냥 저희가 옛날에 하고 싶은
well, we don't really specifically prepare for particular heroes, but we end up choosing what we want to play on match day. And we executed it well. Can you tell us about the Deadeye to the side on New Junk City?
이길 줄 알았는데 이제 마지막 부분에 희상이가 좀 많이 던졌어가지고.
And I thought we would win that easily, but
말고는 딱히 뭐 없던 것 같아요. 네.
Hisang actually threw a little bit, so I think it should have. Well, Junbin and Hisang threw a little bit, so I think the match was a little bit harder. Oh, sorry. This question is about the Deadeye, and the last question was talking about the overall momentum of the match. So in terms of that Deadeye scenario on New Junk City, can you tell us about it?
저랑 슈랑 좀 갈려 있었는데.
Shu and I were separated, but they ignored me and they just went towards Shu. So I used Deadeye and I was like, huh? I got 2 of them? Really?
뭐 그렇게 볼 수도 있잖아요.
네, 그렇습니다.
And he says, hey, don't ignore me again, ever again.
아무 소리도 안 하던데요?
And so how did the teammates react to it? And he says, well, they said nothing. So only one match remains for CR. So are you confident that you'll be able to win?
약한 팀으로 평가되는 팀이니 보니까.
So of course our opponents are considered to be a weaker team and compared to other teams, so I think I am very confident for that match. Would you like to say anything to the other teams?
대회 있을 때 저희랑 상대로 만나게 되면 뭐 그냥 좀 일찍 포기하시는 게 좀
Well,
멘탈
if
관리에
you end up
좋을 것
facing
같다는
us
생각이
whenever, whether
네,
it be in the
포기가
future,
멘탈 관리에 더 수월할 수
whenever it is,
있다라고
I think it'll
무시무시한
be
말씀을
good for your mental
해주셨어요.
game to
자,
just give
그리고
up
또 오늘
easily.
마지막까지 이렇게
Very strong words
응원해주신
coming out of
팬분들이
lip.
계시죠. 립 선수를 보러 순천에서도 와주신
There's a fan here with a fan sign that says that they traveled halfway across the country to cheer you on. So, can you please say a few words to the Korean fans that came here, as well as the Japanese fans watching?
남기고 있는데 일단 이것도 수월하게 이기고 그다음에 있을
We have one win match remaining, so we'll make sure to win it. Make sure to do well in the seeding deciders that are coming up, and as well as the playoffs to qualify for OWCS Asia and Stockholm.
승리 기록하신 크레이지 라쿤 팀의 립 선수까지 만나봤습니다.
And that was the interview with Lip. And before we head into the third and final match of the day, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. And a confident interview indeed from Lip, the godlike DPS, but the night is not over. We do have the Falcons against Old Ocean coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We do have the last match of the day.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majid from Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 딜을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치오입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 전 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1위 팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고.
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and Zeta maybe. What do you think?
No, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 자만들 하고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재현이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게. 이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해 주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘
파이팅!
안녕하세요. 올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 류재홍이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션을 맡고 있는 태종이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 페이스 김홍기라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 백희 김일아라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 맡고 있는 프로비라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 포지션 맡고 있는 룰러 김이건이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 맡고 있는 칼리오스 신우열이라고 합니다.
솔직히 좀 제 바램으로 한 건데 한 번 더 이런 경기장을 와보고 싶어서 근데 마침 팀원들도 다 한다고 해줘가지고 저는 고맙게 어떻게 보면 제 이기적인 생각으로 시작된 거긴 해요. 기대감이 더 크긴 해요. 다시 뭔가 무대 느낌 그거를 느끼니까 기대감이 더 크긴 해요.
좋은 멤버들과 이렇게 같이 오프라인을 할 수 있어서 너무 큰 영광이라고 생각하고 저도 열심히 할 거고 저희 팀도 모두 열심히 해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내도록 노력하겠습니다.
잘하는 형들과 함께해서 정말 기쁘고 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
저는 페이스 선수 좀 눈여겨봐 주셨으면 좋겠는데 펄스를 너무 못 막아가지고 얼마나 펄스에 죽는지 좀 세주셨으면 좋겠어요. 비트 끊기는 거. 네, 비트 끊기는 것도요.
전 저라고 생각합니다. 전 잘해요.
저도 저라고 생각합니다. 저도 잘해요.
새로운 멤버들과 최선을 다해서 좋은 추억, 좋은 결과 만들도록 해보겠습니다.
저는 그냥 열심히 말고 열심히 잘해보겠습니다.
어쨌든 본선 무대에 왔으니까 제가 좀 팀에 민폐 끼치지 않도록 열심히 하고 완전 좋은 성적은 못 거둘 수 있겠지만은 그래도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다.
응원해 주셔서 감사하고 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 테니까 재홍이 형 보러 많이 와주세요.
현장에 오셔서 저 보시면 무섭다고 말 안 거시는 분들 많으신데 그냥 말 거십시오. 별로 무서운 사람 아닙니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 저희도 그 환호성에 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다. 저희가 좀 멀리들 살아가지고 팀원들이 좀 경비를 충당할 수 있도록 스폰서를 구하고 있습니다. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 거 도와드리고 저희도 도움을 받고 싶은 상황이라 많은 관심 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 제발 부탁드립니다.
저 왔다 갔다 버스비만 60 드는데
KTX 경비 다 합치면 한 40 조금 넘게 나오는데 도와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
비행기값 너무 비싸요. 도와주세요.
저는 별로 안 드는데 다들 힘들다고 하니까 도와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
올드오션 화이팅!
Welcome back, everyone. After that exciting match, we do still have one more match left. The Falcons, still one of the top 3 contenders, against the bottom of the list, Old Ocean, the team with Lijiang, one of the legend of Overwatch since the beginning. But they haven't been doing too well throughout the entire series. Very expected Falcons win. Let's see what happens in this matchup.
It's critical for the Falcons to win this. Obviously, it should be favored for the Falcons, but they need to get to 5 wins to guarantee in top 4 spots. And tomorrow they will play against Fnatic, another team that's trying to make sure that they get into the top 4. So Falcon right now sitting at 3-2, looking to get to 5-2, which would guarantee them top 4. And yeah, this should be taking care of business. You know, you don't want to really mess around and give up a map or anything like that. Falcons need to get right. They've done a great job of managing the roster in their last matchup. You saw finally Stalker gets off of the perma bench, able to come in. So Happy is more relegated to specialist, being long range hit scan. And yeah, and they've got the double flex support lineup too. Ocean, it's just been a rough go ever since the very first match where they went to 5 against Beck and ended up losing it. They have not won a match yet in this stage.
Yep. Proper wasn't banned. He was just in the bench. From a benched. Just letting you guys know for sure. But it was good. I think Falcons, they've done enough trials and errors for the first 2-3 weeks. Happy there. Let's see what they want to do today. I think they can just carry on what they have been running towards. I think the realistic goal for them was to get the best shape of form for the seeding matches. Of course, I think they expected at least top 2, not top 3, that lost against Zeta Division early on was certainly huge. This huge roster. Let's see if they can pull it off for the seeding matches. Of course, you have to go through Old Ocean. I think a lot of trials will still be made for this matchup. Of course, they're the big favorite, as you can tell. Fans predicting about 9-1 going in favor of Falcons.
It tracks. I mean, remember, Falcons won the very first stage of Korea, then they ended up losing to Crazy Raccoon, both in Asia and then in the Dallas Major as well. And it's been kind of a retooling for this Falcons roster. Old Ocean still trying to gel together. I feel like you can kind of see that they have not been as together as long as some of these other rosters. A lot of that just comes down to coordination. They've been really sticking to the same things again and again, trial and error, trying to really make sure that they focus on small things, on very specific maps. Their map choices have been very predictable, and they've just never been able to get perfect alignment from their Ana Winston dive, which is what they've been running about 90% of the time. Here's Falcon's starting roster. Stalker will be in the start.
Yeah, Stalker proper, the old duo for Falcons. Back again like yesterday. And Hanbin's starting. Maybe Smurf comes back in for the later fights. Fielder Chio. Really good support line of Falcons. Almost seemed like they were in they were handling all the other teams, including Crazy Raccoon, at the beginning of Stage 1 for the first few weeks. Ever since that seeding match, it has been Crazy Raccoon on top. And here, Old Ocean, Roby, Becky, Kalios, Faith, Yu Jae-hong. I do see a lot better teamwork coming up in this roster compared to the early days of Stage 2. But I think some roster changes in the middle for the maps. And against Falcons, maybe their power level will yet to be challenged once again. As we'll get to hear from the team reps on the stage. Quest, take it away, please.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the final team rep interview of the day. And before we head into it, of course, we're going to hear from the 2 team reps on stage. And on Team Falcon side, we have Fielder.
네, 필더 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 올드 오션 팀도 자기 소개 부탁드립니다.
On Old Ocean side,
올드 오션에서 딜러 맡고 있는
we have Becky,
베키라고 합니다.
representing his team.
네, 베키 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 팀 팔콘
So the first question goes to Team Falcons.
그리고 점점 더
The
올라가는
form
우리가
and the teamwork
예전에 알던 그런 강력한
continues
팀
to
팔콘으로
improve
돌아오고 있는데요.
and
요즘
is returning to the
분위기
form that we all knew from Stage 1. So what's the team atmosphere right now? we're trying new
네,
things.
자,
We're
경기
trying different
올라오기
things.
전에 제가
So
이렇게
right now, I'd say
들었는데
the team atmosphere is good.
깔깔깔깔 호호 소리가 많이 나더라고요. 무슨 일이었나요?
There's been a lot of laughter that I was able to hear before the start of this match.
안경이나 이런 거 그냥 써보면서
So can you tell us what happened?
보고 있었던 것 같아요.
We were laughing at some of the props that the production has
제가
prepared.
쓰긴 했는데 아마 저보고 웃은 것 같아요.
And I actually tried one out,
다음에는
and I think
써보시고
that
올라오시면
my
더
team
재밌는 광경이
was
펼쳐질 것
laughing at me.
같습니다. 자, 그리고 올드오션 팀 어제
Next question
태종
goes to
선수가
Old
OWCS
Ocean.
데뷔전을 치렀어요.
HaeJeokDan debuted in the OWCS yesterday, so
긴장하지 말고
what advice did you give him?
잘해라.
So as I said,
야,
hey, don't be
끝나고
nervous.
나서는 어떤
Just
말을
play as
해주셨나요?
you do, as well as you do
너가 못해서 진
usually.
건 아니고 그냥 넌 잘했다.
And so what was said after the match?
저
And
앞부분 듣고 깜짝
he said
놀랐잖아요.
that okay, it wasn't
너가
your
못해서
fault.
졌다라고
So
말씀하시는
keep your head
깜짝
up.
놀랐습니다. 자, 이렇게 좀 따뜻한 마음으로 이렇게 태종 선배도 태종 선수도 챙겨주는 선배의 마음이었습니다. 자, 그리고 또 오늘 필더 선수 오늘 경기 후에
So the next question goes to Team Falcons. Team Falcons actually has a fan meet scheduled for today. So can you please share your resolutions of victory?
빨리 3대0으로 끝내고
I'll make sure to hurry up and win 3-0
팬분들
and
너무 많이 기다리시지 마시라. 빨리
meet you all
끝내고 팬미팅이라고
very, very soon.
합시다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 또 백희 선수 OWCS 최고의
And
인기팀이라고
the next
하면
question goes to Old Ocean.
빼놓을 수 없잖아요.
Of course, Old Ocean is one of the most popular team in the OWCS. So can you please also say a few words to fans? Thank you for always supporting us.
좀 끈기 있게
And
이기는 모습
I will make sure that we all
네, 자, 오늘
are
강한
able to put up a fight
모습, 그리고 열심히 하는
until the
모습
end and win.
보여드리겠다라고 팬분들께 말씀해 주셨습니다. 자, 지금까지 팀 팔콘의
And that
필더
was the
선수,
team rep
올드
interview
오션의 백희 선수와
of
인터뷰
the third
나눠봤는데요.
match of the day.
마지막 경기,
And before we head into that match, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and
어느
Hex.
팀이 승리할 것인지 승리는 누가 가져가게
quest.
될까요? 두 팀의 경기가
Translation.
펼쳐질 첫 번째
Yes,
맵도 확인해
Falcon
보시죠.
looking very confident. And also Old Ocean trying to give up their best for the last two matches, even against the Falcons. And the next match is up against even a stronger team, Zeta Division. So two very rough match ahead of them for Old Ocean. Lijiang always keeping the team together. Just even with that many losses, just keeping the morale high for all the teammates as the experienced veteran on the team. But I think Falcons are going to be dominating on this one. We're starting things on Samoa for the first control map.
You would expect Falcons to come out and probably just take care of business and 3-0 this. It's a team that is far superior to Old Ocean. They're still working some kinks out. You mentioned they've gotten a little bit better. It's just not enough to be able to beat these high-level teams. You know, they even lost to Beck, giving back their first match win of the OWCS. Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you're looking for Old Ocean, you're just looking for a little bit of improvement. Maybe some of that comes from faith in keeping Lijiang alive, because it has been, we talked a little bit about this during the break, it has been kind of just jump Lijiang, and it's a little bit like kill the streamer meta. Whenever streamers are playing and someone knows, you know, you kind of get stream sniped and someone's just trying to kill you to get some camera time, and it feels a little bit like that. You know, I'm sure it's all respect and everything like that, but so far it's just been trying to jump on that. And like Old Ocean's not going to surprise anybody. They've run pretty much the same thing, and I think I've mentioned it before. I think what happens is this team realizes that they're getting jumped, that their Winston nano dive is not being perfect, and a lot of that pressure ends up being transferred onto Becky and Proby to be more aggressive, to make plays that are not necessarily the safe or correct plays, and then they get punished for it, and it all kind of just starts spiraling for this team. So you're looking for improvement, but it's a tough ask against a Falcons team that's looking to clean up and just improve day after day after a little bit of a rocky stage.
Yeah, rocky stage. We've seen that in the first few weeks. And I think the highlight of that was against Zeta Division 1-3 loss, hurt them big time, and which led them to 0-3 against Crazy Raccoon. Those two are going to be bruises. Can they heal up before the seeding matches next week? Let's see. Still got two shot left. That's Lijiang.
This Falcons team is, you know, it's not just that they lost to Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon. It's that they lost to Zeta Division 1-3. They lost to Crazy Raccoon 0-3. They've dropped maps to Poker Face. They've dropped a map to HaeJeokDan to start it off. So it's just, even when they win, it hasn't been perfectly clean. When they lose, it's been pretty one-sided and bad. So they're looking to improve. I think they've made steps in the right direction, especially with the roster changes that come in. I think Chio only played one map yesterday. They're running a lot of that double flex. They found a good spot for Sir Majed to play the Ilari and the Zenyatta, and it's been looking pretty solid for them there. And I think bringing Stalker back in is the smart move. I think they were trying to get Happy acclimated to the team after Happy had retired and hadn't really been playing the game as much, so that could excuse some of the early missteps that this team was making. And I think now they're just ready to focus and get their momentum right going into both the seeding matches next week and then the playoffs following.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's lots of HaeJeokDan fans. Certainly for OWCS. Seen some of the videos from
newer
HaeJeokDan.
jerseys.
Newer jerseys? Is it?
Well, I know they had jerseys yesterday, but those look different.
Might
Unless it's
actually
just
be.
my.
I don't remember that.
think
I don't recall that from last week.
Well, they had jerseys yesterday, but I thought they were less blurry, I want to say. I don't know. They look like alternative jerseys.
You don't remember exactly everything on details.
Yeah, it's hard for my brain to make memories late at night here. It's 4:30 in the morning. But I'm pretty sure those are alternative jerseys, so good for them. Again, I say this to Unknown every time I cast with Unknown. Next time you guys are in the arena, just steal something for me. I'll pay for shipping. I want some jerseys. Yes, I'm asking you to commit
Shipping
theft.
is okay, but the sealing part? I will ask them nicely if you're gonna get anything.
Yeah, borrow them. Just borrow the
I'll
jerseys.
borrow for 15 years. So I can give it to Hex, and after 15 years we can just ship it back, right? And by that time, no one should be asking for it back to... That's the thing. At OWCS, HaeJeokDan had some fan signs even after all the matches. They stayed up till like 1 a.m. when the matches were over at like 11:20. Extra 1.5 hours. That's past the time of all the transportations from the fans, and like 80% of the fans from the crowd stayed for the fan for the team signatures. That's the thing. The power of this player. And the team still holding on to it. The Falcons seems still the godlike Anna. HaeJeokDan still holds that title, but held that title, I should say. But I think Shu and the other Annas are kicking in pretty hot.
Yeah, Shu in particular, but there's, I mean, the amount of top tier flex support play, especially the Anna, who can just be such a playmaker, has been really fun to watch. I'm really happy we're getting to see a pretty varied meta, map-dependent meta, especially when you're getting to see double flex, and pretty much every healer has been involved. I think we've seen a little bit of Moira, but not really. I know you're a huge Moira fan.
Hey,
right?
I played her once, and then you're saying I'm a huge Moira fan? Come on. Hanzo, okay. Moira, maybe not.
There we go. Nice little motion graphic action there.
Thumbs up. Smurf. That's a real Smurf. Because I was kind of exciting for this patch. I was really excited for the patch because the Hanzo one-shots are back for a lot more heroes. On the headshot.
Yeah.
And then I see Hanzo's own nerf to his own health. I thought they were giving health decreases to mobile heroes, and Hanzo... Really?
That sign is amazing because I pitched a script in Overwatch League Season 1 where we dressed Smurf up in a Smurf outfit, right? And that was part of the joke. And then they told me I couldn't do it for copyright issues. Unfortunate.
But you had everything prepared?
I mean, I submitted the script to production and everyone liked it. It was just, yeah.
Copyright issues.
Apparently, you can't steal other people's intellectual property.
Yeah, IP.
I guess I'm just all about theft right now. It's weird.
Yeah. Very important.
Anywho,
get into Samoa. Thanks for the wait, everyone. I think we had minor issues, but all seems ready to go. Falcons here. Stalker. Dropper. Back in line. And Toby Becky on the other side. Seems like Ash. And Echo.
We'll see. I think Stalker will very likely run the Tracer. Yeah, the Ashe is a little slower play on this map. We've seen other teams try to run it, but Stalker, yeah, very much the Tracer. So they're just going to go with the D.Va Tracer. Echo.
And off to the side, proper here. Lights up. Shots landing. Side rotation from the Falcons. And the OWCS also trying to reactivate. Colosseo up on top, jumps away. A bit of damage. Hanbin on the D.Va. Matrix up on the right. Great cover fire. And OWCS will just back out. More contest. Some ticks coming. And Proby finds Geo first. Quick catch. As Falcons backed off. OWCS holding as well.
Hanbin dodges the healing from his own team. The nade was coming in late to try to heal him and just not going to be there. But the longer this goes, these fights go without Team Falcons being aggressive, the more chances you're giving Proby to hit some shots. And that's what opens it up. And Chio's gone, and now they can't even disengage because they lose their Lucio. So really nice first cap from OWCS.
Proby getting the perfect shot. OWCS rotated this well. Seen them on this exact map, and rotation seems a lot better in together with the team. There's Hanbin using a little bit onto Colosseo. Becky found Chio with the headshot. Tracer, I believe, had some health left. That's the power of new Lucio, the Lucio 2.0, I want to say. Proper. It's pushing the line all the way back with the beam. Will connect again. Lijiang dead. Oh, Chio. Bit of a fire back from Colosseo before he goes down. A team wipe.
Colosseo went in early and was a really decent catch from Hanbin to find him and just put all the damage in with the micro missile. And then Colosseo is in a bad spot, had to jump back with his team, and it was a nice chase from Hanbin and the rest of the squad to get those low health heroes targeted down from Proper's team. Now Falcons with a 5 spot on board, OWCS about to as well, and this has been the bugaboo. Can OWCS get value out of the nanos? I know we talk about it every time we see him, but it's still a problem.
We'll see it. First nano. And the pulse bomb stick on the shield. Hanbin purpled away. Emacked early. We'll have to run for it. Colosseo still there with the rage. Some ultimates being committed by both. About 3-3. Slept the purple. Colosseo eventually be down. Ooh, some good catch by Lijiang. Getting some more contest in. Just one down from the air, and there's a flip. OWCS. Some great kill catches being made.
Great for OWCS. They didn't even have to use the nano there too. Team Falcons was in a great spot to get. They hit that sleep. They hit the anti, and it actually coincided really well with the feats. Unable to complete that fight win, and now they are behind in percentage. Jaehyung still with their nano boost ready.
OWCS looking a lot better with the teamwork. Here's Proper with the beam again. Duplicate. There's an extra Ashe. Slept. The catch from Lijiang and the nano on Colosseo. Multiple things but at the same time from the Legends. Still on the point. The percentage going up.
Proper's gotten nothing done on this Echo. I mean, he's gotten slept 2 fights in a row, and he got knocked out of the fight 2 fights in a row.
So here's Stalker trying to turn things around. No pulse bomb committed yet. There's a nano onto Hanbin. Heal it down. Hanbin demacked.
They were cleaned up, but yeah, it's going to push them back. We will be in final fight territory, but the thing is that Faith will have the rally in first. It's always about trying to get anything positive out of the rally. You don't necessarily always want to use it defensively. We've seen teams do it as a buffer in before you start your push.
And the Tracer from the side with the D.Va. The Hanbin on D.Va. Slow contest from the OWCS. You know that they have to build up a little bit. Oh, 3 calls. First rally out from Faith. And the bop on the field. Becky wins the fight here. Big moment for the old OWCS.
Stalker blinked first. There is going to be value out of this rally, and they're going to flip it and push back.
Yeah, that's a big moment.
Falcons has to get in here and touch.
Even the sound barrier used from Chio. The Falcons, can they really hold with the 4-man up? More damage put in. Great cover up by Hanbin. OWCS, they have to get one more down. Stalker should be back in fight already. The Nano ready to go from Lijiang. Kalios right in the middle. Stalker again. This Tracer is back. Kalios Nano committed. Fielder down. No Nano for Falcons. Bit of a trade in the middle. Even with the pulse bomb. Not in a duplicate. Another Diva. But OWCS should have this. The Falcons.
They stall long enough to get this Nano back in. Who's even gonna Nano? Everyone's dead.
That is it. OWCS takes the first point. Oh my god. What a turn of the tide. OWCS just looked a lot better with the teamwork.
Falcons have struggled on control mightily throughout this stage. They are only 1 in 4 on control so far, which is a ridiculous thing from a team that we consider the top team. And I've always said that if OWCS is going to pull off wins, it's going to be on the back of their damage players. But this one was solid from their tank, solid from Lijiang to get the nanos up, to not waste nanos really. But I thought Becky played really well. The 1v1 versus Stalker was great. Stalker blinked first, dropped to the low ground, and like the moment you take your eyes off the other Tracer, you've already lost that fight. And just really well played there. So OWCS plays it with Proby on the Ashe and plays it a little bit slower, and they just didn't end up wasting anything. And Becky won't end it too. Proper got almost nothing done on that Echo, and he's going to switch off and help Ashe.
And also Kalios on Diva really never fully overextended. But his problem has been this Winston from Kalios and Beach. Let's see if there are any sort of different mechanics. Certainly on the first map, the teamwork seems so much better from the OWCS. Contesting on the low ground. Dropper from the side. Kalios does go down. Already up, can't really have as much sustain compared to the rest of what Team Falcons are able to do here. This cap comes through.
The Diva is just a really nice pick here. It kind of mitigates a lot of what Kalios wants to do, just the damage output from the micro missiles. It's also going to slow down Proby, make sure that Stalker has the backup to win the 1v1 with the defense majors. Yes, Diva got nerfed back into normal power, not overpowered, so still a very solid hero to pick.
Yep, still can provide so much. There's a purple to cover up. Kalios still alive. Goes back to get some extra heals. Proby right next to him. The dynamite. Oh, nice one. Proper. Still deep. You have to touch the point. That is. Oh, Becky again! With the pulse, just carrying the team. Proper. That Kalios finds the right jump. And that was with the nano. Yes, exactly, Hex.
Well, maybe pull it back though. The nano did go into Hanbin. Hanbin is still alive. They still have point control.
Extra delay. Even the self-destruct.
Yeah, they don't want to give up this point. They're getting people back touching now.
So at the end, it was worth the nano. No flip from OWCS after that many kills. And Chio still holds one of the biggest tools, the sound barrier. The OWCS doesn't have a Lucio. But finally, we're seeing some signs of Falcons coming back to their original form. Bit of a struggle in the very first.
I mean, losing Becky early there hurts too if you're going to try to orchestrate a dive. So Becky was trying to just 1v1 Proper ends up getting the better of it there. I mean, Ashe is usually a pretty decent target for the Tracer, but now it kind of nerfs your ability to dive in because there's just not enough damage to be put from the Winston.
Early pop. Up from Proby. Hit with the rally. Two great cover-ups to go into overtime, 99%. Still, the Falcons are holding it. There's a flip because of the bop and the rally. No one really contesting Falcons. They just have to wait a couple more seconds. There's a counter bop from Proper. Time to go in. Geo. They're ready to go if required. Kalios with the extra jump. Force them away. The beat comes down from Geo. 3-man beat. Becky for a target, but all he sees is the mech. Oh, eaten away. I mean, saw that coming miles away. Those will only two.
Still haven't flipped it back yet, though.
And then building, there's Nana onto Lucio. Go, Chio, it's your time. It's a Lucio 2.0 buff, even with the Nano. And
no
that actually worked.
Alright, is any touchers? Any touchers?
Becky's here.
Becky gets served.
Oh, Proby got two before going down, so this is manageable.
Oh, they have nano too.
Not required at the moment because they got the flip. Hold up. Well, we were laughing about the boostio. Might change a little bit. Old Ocean.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, you're never certain if those things are intentional. Hanbin had been antied, so you're not going to get the big healing burst out of it. So maybe that was one of the reasons. But now Old Ocean, they're in a great position here.
All right, Nano, there you go.
Ultimate.
Alios. Into the room. Jumping in because of the Nano. You still have it. No rage though. Will be brought down. That extra jump. I don't know if that was fully committed. Intentionally. Stalker. Here with the pulse. Fielder down. Proby clutching it before he goes down himself. That's 2 for 1 though. Old Ocean still has some pans. I've been so low. As Kalia should be coming back at the fight. Self-destruct catches Yujie Hong.
No.
No. It was so high up in the air. Must have been like last pixels away. Riley has to be committed. Coming back with a soldier and a Sombra. Beat from Chio. 4-man up.
Big beats. Fielder's got to live. Fielder's got nano.
Halios. And that's going down. Becky has to really save the team. Clutch it out with a Sombra. Lucio gone. Faith down. Stalker still up for this. Against Yujie Hong. 1 HP, literally. They will do it. Falcons clutching it back to 1-1.
What a clutch play there from Stalker. Not only is he at 1 HP at the end, he was at 3 HP before the recall hit too. So playing that Tracer right to the bleeding edge. Yes, they win. Falcons need to figure out what is going on for them on control if they just end up 1v1ing and losing those 1v1s, because this is not a team that should be 1-4 on a control map. This is not a team that should be playing this close to Old Ocean, all due respect.
Moment. Winston chunked away from the extra jump. And Proby. And that stick was great from Stalker, but Proby delivered so much on this beach. There's the Winston just doing the bubble. Okay, we're already in the final volcano.
Okay, Falcons running the
Venture.
Junker Queen Venture package, which is you shout, you dig, you fly in. If you don't get anything, you try to disengage.
Stalker dead, Proby.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: is now they have nothing to deal with this far up.
Yeah, so Becky just stays on the ground. So Old Ocean getting the first team wipe. Falcons. Are they going to swap at all? Nope. Just going to stick. Oh, Winston from Hanbin. They really handle Becky's Farah. Oh, Echo comes in eventually after all the feedback. Alright, from Proby's Dynamite. Goes into the back line. Finds the target. Anna. Start is good. Hanbin dead. What is this team? Old Ocean? Are we sure that they're the same players playing on the same team? They look nothing like what they played matches ago.
Well, I mean, it's control, so I tend not to put a ton of stock in it, but Team Falcons just came out on the wrong composition, never got their footing under them, and the talents for this damage line is there, and you're seeing it expressed right now for Old Ocean.
Yeah, but Hanbin on Winston. I think that says a lot. Can they really get Becky? That's Stalker. Stalker's job to actually deliver proper. The side, Yujie Hong catches Hanbin. There's a stick on Yujie Hong. Sana proper. Has to recall out of that. Kaleo still in it. Winston soaking up some damage from the front line. Becky finds Proper with a barrage onto the Tracer. That doesn't happen too often.
Falcons still without control of the point. They're going to have to drop Kitsune Rush here.
Up there, rushes out. Chio does have the sound barrier. Lijiang ready with the nano. And the extra
The Rush
rage.
gets nothing. They just throw the Bob into the Rush, and then Falcons can't fight in it.
Beat early on from Chio. Engaged back. Kalio's still there. There's a nano on the brig. Another push away. It was close call from Fielder. Kalio's all the way in. Fielder down. No other escape. It was on cooldown. 99% to 0 at the moment. Chio down. Stuck her into extra for a few seconds. Not even a full second there. Extra beams away. Still 3 men alive. Has to rage. Hanbin can turn things away. Stalker proper doing the extra damage they require, and they will get the flip finally after using all that they had. Man,
About as close as it gets right there.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It really was. They pulled everything from their pockets. Whew.
Oh, they had to burn everything too. On the flip side, there will be a rally coming in from Faith pretty soon. Proby moves over to the Cass. Much maligned character as of late, but can get something done in these short-range situations.
Yeah. And Diva now from Kalios. No more Winston, he says. Better cover up against proper Stalker duo. Again, the Becky.
Well, it also helps the Cass. Helps the Cass stay alive.
Exactly. Much more appeal. The back line too. Down already from Yu Jae-hong. Also rally. Stalker down. That's a big sign. Rally. Nano up. Proby. Got the nano up already.
First,
so it might not matter much. Proby here. For that Winston. Still looking good. There's a flip. Khalil demacked. The rush comes in. Big moment for Falcons. Can they deliver more? Here's Becky.
It's a good rush this time.
Has to recall. Roby finds ahead. Someone traded once again. Kalios can come back to the fight. It's Hanbin there on the point. So Oceans need to regroup again. Look for the flip.
The problem with Ocean is they burned everything that they had there. I mean, from Deadeye to both the support ultimates too. So Falcons, as long as they don't end up Ajaxing this sound barrier, they should be in good position. The fight's going to happen at about 70%. If it's prolonged, as all these other fights have been, they should be having enough to stay into it. They also will have the stall of the Primal Rage too. So you're looking for Becky to maybe hit something to get this one going. But right now, Falcons, they have everything they need to win this map.
Without Proby, what they can do on the back. Hopefully no caster curse from Hex. Q seems to be ready. There it is. No Ajax to the duplicate. Early picks are required. Old Ocean. Lots of low HP members. Proby still in this. Becky down. Extra nano. With the purple, we'll still go in with the rage. Steps in. Kalios trying to get the flip, but Proper's already on duty. Nerf this. I won't be going back into the mech. Can barely touch. I get to use all the blinks. We'll be back on Sombra, but Falcons just keeping the gates closed. And that is it. 2-1 comeback from the Falcons from what it seemed like an Old Ocean win on the first control.
Should not necessarily have been that close, but Falcons will finally grab their second control map win. Just some desperation stuff there. There was some sloppy play on both sides, but finally get value out of the Kitsune rush when they switched over to the Kiri. The first Kitsune got nothing done because the Bob just went into it. Then they forced the Old Ocean team onto the Cass, and Cass just didn't get enough done, but man... Look, this Falcons team's not good at control. We talked about that at length. They're 1-4 in control, and it's really hard to really figure it because it's so chaotic. But the best teams aren't losing control, and the best teams aren't going to, the brink against Old Ocean on control. So I don't know if it's the Falcon looking past the Old Ocean squad, looking forward to the next match that they have, which is against Fnatic, which will be the one to lock up their top 4 seed. But I still have faith that they're going to win this series, but it really shouldn't be looking that close. This was a dominant team, and Old Ocean hasn't won a match. It shouldn't be that close. But again, give all credit to Old Ocean. They looked really strong, as in not making mistakes from Nanos and Primals. They're at least getting value out of that. I thought they played a lot better on the Brig, and mostly I think it's the DPS have the potential to win maps. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If this team is going to win maps and matches, it will be off the back of their DPS.
Yeah, certainly. They will need a lot more strength to come back here as Falcons already got the control win. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will have that map selected by the OWCS. Welcome back, everyone, to Team Falcons versus OWCS series. Samoa, a bit more contest than we expected. Almost went towards OWCS. As Falcons still struggling big time on control. Now we are moving things to King's Row.
Stunning to me. Absolutely stunning. I mean, I told you right when we went into break, I'm like, are you ready to go to Paraiso? Because that's where we always go with Old Ocean, and then we're going to go to Suravasa. That's kind of been their playbook the entire stage.
Yeah.
So a little bit surprising. Also, we're going to have substitutions in for Old Ocean. That's also surprising. They're switching it up. I think they might feel that they have Falcons on the back foot here a little bit and are gonna see if they can steal a map here on King's Row. It kind of makes sense. They keep going to Paraiso and they're not winning it all the time. So, I mean, I guess, you know, you bang your head against the wall, you go 1-4 on Paraiso, and you decide, hey, it's not time to do it. Although we still want to stick on hybrid. We want to play hybrid still, so let's go to King's Row. Not a bad call, considering Team Falcons is 0-1 on King's Row. So it's good strategy. Good strategy.
Murph is back. As King's Row, certainly man you can rely on. And here is
King's Row.
HaeJeokDan.
Yeah.
Big out. So might be running some off tracers.
You would assume that is the play here. But, you know, I'm not going to assume anything right now with this Old Ocean team because I was already, you know, I was ready to talk about Paraiso.
That was the map choice out of 5.
Here's the stunner though. Ruler is coming in for Kalios.
What does Ruler have? Man.
I mean, this is a map that we've seen almost nothing but Winston's on. Like 100% Winston. Whenever we see a team play King's Row, it's been Winston, Ana. Nearly 100% of the time. I'm struggling to remember time. I mean, you can cycle in a Diva here and there. You know, maybe a Maga here or there, but they've been running Kalios on Winston without any problems, and that's been their play. So it's an interesting pick. Maybe this is something that's Old Ocean has been cooking. I'm ready to see it. Well, maybe that's a prophetic sign. Might be, yeah.
Like
Ruler Sigma.
What are some tanks that we haven't seen before from Old Ocean, like Rumatra? Even go like all the way like Reinhardt, even. So Wrecking Ball, Zarya.
Seen a little bit of Zarya. Didn't Zeta run Zarya blind into a team and then get completely rocked on Colosseo?
There's been a couple of Zarya. Zarya did get buffed. The bubble damage, the right click does a lot more from what I can recall.
Yeah.
Maybe you can pair up with Genji. We had those times, but it doesn't really... Well, it's not the worst map for it, but it's just hard to pull it off in this meta. The current days.
It's just that the King's meta feels pretty set. That it's Ashfara, Brig. I mean, you know, you see a little bit of Kiri too. Ana Winston. I mean, that has been pretty standard play here. So maybe that's what, you know, maybe that's still what they want to run, and they just want to get, you know, some of their other players some play time. It's possible. I don't really feel like speculating. I'd rather try to decipher a language I can't read.
The language is that a lot of them are having Lijiang in their heart. That's what it means. And the left sign says I quit working, and then I started to tune in Lijiang and still didn't find extra work. Maybe a little too much YouTube time on Lijiang's channel. Yeah, a lot of Ana rooting for Lijiang's comeback in pro play. So we're just doing the last minute final check before we get in because of the roster swaps on 3 players. And Overwatch 2 from fighting on Lijiang from Overwatch to newbie. It's always good to have newbies in, especially offline. Both teams
the
are
Ana
ready.
with the shh emote. Ana also had a teabag spray, which I always fought for. Like whenever people would get like, not like in trouble, but maybe reprimanded or you know, it's anything about like teabagging in game, I'd be like, well, dude, it's a spray in the game. Come on, you can't have it both ways here. So yeah, we tactical crouches, and as a bit of a troll if you think about it, just based on the emotes and the sprays.
Yes,
kind of like it.
Always an extra touch. Oh, finally, we have the music. Seems like we're ready to get things kicked into King's Row. A bit of a weird decision coming out from Old Ocean. Let's see what they come up with. No way. In your dreams.
Never look at the offense. Okay. So DAEJEON in on the Tracer makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just get some playtime here. Alright, so I mean, not deviating too far.
Yeah, not much of a big change that we were kind of hinting or expecting from Old Ocean with the roster change.
Yeah, and Tracer, you came around here, I would expect to be on the stairs there in case the other team wants to run something and you want to do a rotation. I do question being able to deal with Stalker. A nice blind anti-hit Smurf, but not going to do much except give Jaehong a little bit of charge.
Just delayed a couple of seconds for Smurf to be healed back up. Here's Stalker, so who's gonna stop him? Proby. Let's see, Fielder from the back. Heals, jump from Ruler. Bubble on top of Bubble, but gets taken immediately out, Chio. Big pick. Nicely delivered, that was right next to the car. One jump was all he needed. Lijiang wants it down from the back, and that should be Falcons with the first point.
The Far just gives you so much space control. I mean, HaeJeokDan was there just sitting on the stairs for a while, just waiting for something to happen and never really engaged, never did anything, and just kind of, now he's just getting run over. Has to come in last second, gets picked off by the Rockets.
HaeJeokDan down, Old Ocean just pushed all the way back.
You know that teams are going to run a Pharah here. You have to have a plan for this. Like, ignoring the Pharah doesn't work anymore. We spoke about it a little bit. It worked in a different time and place than where Pharah is right now.
So far, no direct answers. Maybe Old Ocean thinking Ashe plus maybe Ana damage. Certainly turning out to be not enough so far.
I mean, we've just been over this. It's just not enough to have a hit scan.
Yeah, certainly not. Especially when there's extra cover. The Nano available from Fielder. Fielder getting things ready. Into the alley, proper on the back. Nano Smurf.
Creating so much space right here.
No Proby down. Good catch from Fielder. So Nano, but HaeJeokDan.
I mean, he gets Stalker eventually, but that's because Stalker's in the barrage and he's not moving. And Tracer's not, like, horrible. In a vacuum, Tracer's not horrible against Pharah, but it's not enough. Falcons just chilling. I mean, they've got Primal ready to go. I think they might just wait for Rally. Yeah.
They've been pushing. Ops out. Early to defend. Falcons backing up, just buy some time, couple of seconds before that pop goes. Dynamite! The big low for the kill. Jump a Ruler. Proby goes down without the DPS, just the raged up Monkey in the front, and the Falcons step in next to the payload. Jaehong will be the next target, pushed all the way back. Near the spawn, eventually going down to Smurf. And he's not really being contested as they hit the right before that. Faith taken down. Ruler will be the next to fall against all the members just by himself. 0.04 meters, that's 4 centimeters. That's like nothing for the cart to push.
That was an inevitability, and they were just setting it up, waiting for Smurf, waiting for the rally to come in to make sure that they were going to have all the overheal to go through. Old Ocean has had no answers here. The juggle onto Jaehong, even if it didn't kill him, which it eventually did, was just going to be enough to separate all the main healing. And now the question is, too, with your Tracer, it's not a hero that can contest this high ground, and the Pharah can just sit up there. The Ashe can just sit up there.
Yeah. Out of the way again, Smurf is leading the charge. Jaehong down with the pop. Proper all the way up in the high ground. Prime position to deliver that. Proby tried to hide on the back end with the team kill. That might just be an early 3-point with Winston keeping the gap. Ruler slams in. 1.39 to go. Ruler down from the barrage. And the damage continued. There's a 352. Lots of extra time for the Falcons.
Old Ocean thought they were cooking something, but they just got cooked instead. That was... I mean, it's a... like, it's fine to get Ruler some playtime and like on Winston if that's what you're going to run. I just think that like trying to run the Tracer into an established composition that has been like the established composition on this map did not get them anything. I'm not even going to blame the player. I'm just going to blame the hero. It's not going to be good enough to deal with the Pharah. There was, I think, 1 kill onto Stalker, and it was when Stalker was barraging, which we all know what that ends up doing for you. You know, you're just very vulnerable in that position. No answers for Stalker on the Pharah, and I mean, it shouldn't surprise him, but yeah, it was just a very, very odd composition to run on the defense. And I guess when they got to 3rd points, you saw just the Ashe and the Pharah just dominating high ground. It's such a high ground centric point on both of those platforms towards the end, and they had nothing for it.
Right, Hex. And at the end, I was expecting the Widow to come out for the 3rd point because it does happen sometimes. Especially when you have no answers.
They just weren't on 3rd point long enough. Like, they kind of just got rolled over on 3rd point. By the time you could have made switches, you had the Winston holding left door, you had Barrage holding right. So even when the Doomfist came out, they just got barraged and deleted.
HaeJeokDan. It's big. But that's only the start.
And now they're running a Pharah of their own. Now they're back on the right comp.
Let's see if this mirror can be better off for the Oceans. Into the alley. An extra jump. Purple again, but can't be focused fired up on high ground. Rotation from Old Ocean towards the corner where Smurf will eventually picked. Oh, but some good damage from Stalker, reading the timing.
Nice concussion. I think Lijiang surfed it though and didn't get knocked down.
Smurf still here. Only Monkey.
Give me enough time for Smurf to get back here. So Team Falcons just playing this passive, playing it slow.
Yeah, just keeping it all the way back, just being collected together. Here is Proper. All the way back, that's steep, but Lijiang taken down from Smurf.
Smurf's gonna die because of a phone booth.
He found.
He ends up hitting the old-timey phone booth and does not get out and clean up there.
Pharah. Duel.
Nice mid.
Good hits. Back and forth, but still just 1 tick from Old Ocean. Not fully enough to get the control. First point, Proper. 77. Ruler pushing them all the way back. Should be getting an extra tick.
Nano's gonna come in from fielder if you need it. There it is.
Both Winston's. Yeah, Nano. Ruler taking the back
earlier
line.
rally.
Yeah, Old Ocean committed a lot more. 2 ticks and more. The Team Falcon with the Bob. They're contesting this, not letting this go. HaeJeokDan though. No Pharah available for the Falcons. It's Geo surviving with 1 HP.
Yeah, that rally was huge for them. Yeah, I think they will eventually have to give it up. If Northern Healer are going to die.
And the respawn should be better, much better for the Ocean.
Give him a good stall.
Ruler eventually finds another, and there's is the first point finally. That took a little while. But we'll get extra.
Okay, but let me direct your eyes to the time bank for Team Falcons. 352. So the Falcons in this position on defense, you know, they're fine throwing ultimates at that fight. They don't really necessarily need the points. They're fighting the clock. As long as they can stall out, they're going to be happy with that.
They're just starting the first choke. Point of going into the second point. Stalker in the alley. No one on the side. Smurf. Purple and jumps back.
Nice coach.
cover again. Ruler does have the rage. 9 HP and burnt to the ground.
Yeah, well, too many peaks.
That's a good first pick, and the raged up Ruler. As we at that moment, just 2 kills.
Yeah, meanwhile, the dive came in on the other side, between all the back line. Could be. Yeah.
Smurf just better cover.
And they're totally fine trading out here. There will be a little bit of push. I mean, look, if I'm Old Ocean, I'm going to try to send this and hope everyone can come back in, but get yourself some space. Try to control up to the second point.
HaeJeokDan. Shots on payload, probably on the side, trying to go up high ground. Not a Ruler, still in this. Testing around the payload, but trying to buy some time. Falcons, they have a lot of tools coming online soon enough. Ruler up on high, going down to the target.
Chaotic. Nerf is anti-primal out, but it's still
Drops there, and so much more damage was available for Old Ocean. Not enough cover from Falcons yet. Push that Old Ocean needed will hit too. Time back, not as much already. Still, you do need to get that 3-point just to start, just to match up the same lineup start for the extra time.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see teams who are all running this competition and just the nano targets. Both of these teams playing it very safe, nanoing the Winstons. Whereas, you know, in our previous matchup, we saw that the bars were getting the nano, and it's just kind of a trust in your bar to get the damage done.
Good catch, HaeJeokDan. Goes down from the barrage. Still keep a lot of the big tools from both sides, both of the sports. Lijiang ready with the nano, rage coming soon. But a lot more tools in hand for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, if you're confident in HaeJeokDan enough to put them in for this map, I mean, let's throw the nano that way. Let's see what HaeJeokDan can be done.
Yeah. Maybe with the nano? Maybe Ruler can really displace the back line. Catching proper. Now that's an angry monkey.
Struggle.
Smurf also nanoed, so Falcons not really the best defense in terms of the team fight. But a lot of tools already used. Lijiang still got nano with the rally coming soon. So this can be the chance for the Old Ocean.
Oh,
HaeJeokDan?
They should absolutely get this. I mean, they're still holding on to nano. The rally's going to come and give her overheal. Bob's going to be able to hit the point. They're going to definitely.
Raj on point. 0.62. Smurf does come in. Down. HaeJeokDan. Just respawning back to the fight, and there it is. No one else. Old Ocean completes it. 122. About 230 less compared to the Falcons, but they completed at least. Man, how did that just completely broke apart for the first final fight?
Chaotic fights. Falcons almost felt like they never regrouped and never really got their footing after they had lost the first point. I mean, there were some interesting moments where they were just trading and it felt like they were playing the clock maybe a little bit too much. You know, I mentioned like they only really need to trade out and need to stall. But, I mean, solidly winning a team fight would have been better for them. Ruler with some really nice Winston mechanics comes in toward the end. I mean, obviously, this is just cleanup and it's not going to be that great. But before that, Ruler is coming in. So it's nice that Old Ocean is giving, you know, some of their newer players, younger players, some play time and looked pretty solid. Nothing really of note from HaeJeokDan on the far. It's been fine. Yeah. Well, I mean, observer, stop it. Please switch. Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes difference. So really a lot of pressure on Old Ocean because you might have to do this just in the neutral. 120 is enough to maybe charge a nano, but it's going to be close. But Team Falcons, I think, got into the mindset of just trading and brawling out. It does feel like Falcons are looking a little past this opponent, and I mean, you can't really blame them. Old Ocean has been pretty subpar this stage, but you gotta clean it up. This, I mean, I don't know. I don't see Zeta or Crazy Raccoon giving up points like this to teams that is in the 8th spot right now.
Good point. Falcons still, of course, leading in series. OWCS, less than a minute now. Take any ticks on the points. Smurf. Back in the alley. There's a jump.
I really
Extra
love
cover.
what they're playing here. Yeah, I love playing the bouncer there, and then they're just firing in so much damage into that stairway, and now OWCS have to take another path.
Yeah, proper. And the Falcons just staying all the way back. Safe places only. There's 30 seconds left. Smurf's still in there. He's not taken down. Finally, we'll open up. All going all the way to the back. Geo's the target. Ruler.
Ruler's gonna have nano here. Gotta stay alive.
HaeJeokDan down. Stalker still available with some HP left. But not come out. Oh, real quick. 8 HP. Stalker. Catch. Nano dub already. Overtime, we'll have longer respawns. Rally has to be used, going all the way in. HaeJeokDan with a trade. Name anyone else. Smurf laying so much on the other side of the map. Not even a tick from the OWCS. And Falcons, they will have a lot more time bank.
So that was just really smart defensive strategy to put the Winston on the stairs where they did. And you could see not only was just playing bouncer over there and letting all the rockets and all the damage come in, but because Smurf was taking so much damage, they were able to get the nano up. And in a limited time bank situation with 1:20 on the clock, being the first team to get an ultimate was absolutely critical. Huge there. Then Smurf's able to get the juggle onto Jaehong, and now need a full hold. I don't think we've seen a draw all stage in Korea, but it's a possibility. Not a strong possibility, but it's a possibility.
Full into an extra? We'll see. Still, the Falcons have way too much time. And 1 tick is all you need.
And with the offensive spawns too, trades are going to favor you.
And Falcons, they might actually cheese this. With a Widow. Anything else off of the regulars? And OWCS going for the same. Winston, Farah, Ashe, Rick, Anna.
Yeah, you Widow first. Hope that maybe
No quick shots.
some
Mirror's back
some
into the
youth
team fight.
some youthful hubris, maybe the Farah peaks. Not going to be the case.
Already into the better angle. No back alley as Ruler steps back out. Gonna big chunk of damage there. Bubble gone. As he forced off now. Smurf. Getting some slight tick there. Extra pressure from Proper. And Lijiang in the back line has been pushed so far. Fielder down. That's better for the
Early
offense.
Headshot.
And that should be
Headshot
it.
onto the supports, put them in a bad spot, and that should be the rollover. So Falcons will get taken into extra innings against OWCS, which is not ideal, but you know, you don't try to get into the heads of a team, but I do think, like, you know, it's a team that you can almost look past, and you're looking past your next match for Fnatic, which is a team that's kind of on the Falcons level right now, which seems like a weird thing to say. But yeah, just sloppy defense for the most part, trying to stall, just taking fights, never really resetting. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of the story of Control too. It just doesn't seem like the Falcons are really locked in, doing set plays, coordinated, getting max value out of everything. They will probably eventually 3-0 this, but it's just weird because they should be dominating it, and I expect, like, you know, the best teams to be able to dominate a team that has not won a match all year. But Falcons, I don't know. It's they're been a strange squad lately. It's hard to put your finger on, and I do think that it's possible that they're just looking past them to Fnatic as well. And it kind of creeps in your head of like, we're just better than them. We can probably take more chances. We can probably just throw ults in when we don't need to. But all credit to Old Ocean. They're playing pretty well. They're not wasting ultimates. They're finally getting value out of it. The damage players are doing pretty decent. I thought it was kind of weird they were running a Tracer instead of the Pharah for a while, but once they took the Pharah, it looked a lot better. But defensively, on the second defense, Falcons just had a really good idea of how are we going to get an ult in a minute and how is the other team not going to, and that strategy worked perfectly.
Yeah, it worked really well, especially the extra time for King's Row. That was 3-3 extra, but King's Row just happened to be a way of Falcons. Maybe they need to be put under some extra pressure to focus a little better, but that's still going to be 2-0 Falcons leading up. After the break, let's see what the map 3 is going to be looking like for the future teams. Falcons leading as expected 2-0, but if we look into that 2-0, kind of action-packed. Old Ocean really putting up a good fight against them, even though their placement seems to be kind of far away. And eventually we will go into the map. That
Okay, fine.
Old Ocean picks again.
Yeah, finally things are starting to make a little bit of sense after the King's Road departure from the Old Ocean playbook. We are going back to Suravasa, which is the other Old Ocean standby. It's their best map by a mile and a half. Coming into this, they had only won 4 maps, 3 of them being Suravasa. 3-2 on this map. It is their go-to. They almost always pick this map after they lose Paraiso. Sorry, but that's mostly been the case. The only other map they've won is Paraiso coming into this tonight. So yeah, and it makes sense because Suravasa is Team Falcons' worst flashpoint. They're 2-0 on New Junk City and 0-1 on Suravasa. So we'll see what kind of substitutions we have coming in. I think we have a few.
Maybe.
Not for Falcons, but no subs for Falcons. But Ocean is going to bring Becky back in.
Yep.
Very likely to. Yeah, or an Echo or Flyer. I mean, HaeJeokDan was fine on the Pharah, but Becky's Echo is usually what they put in here. And then Proby can run the Tracer or a hit scan on the ground. And Kalios will come back in. Kalios has run almost exclusively Diva here for the most part on this map. But you would imagine with Suravasa, you're probably going to see Ashe early on. Ashe Diva is good, when you're running those poke compositions at the mid-fight.
Rulers, Rinsen, back on King's Row was pretty impressive, I gotta say. But in terms of the hero pool, I think Suravasa it makes a lot more sense to have Kalios back in the roster. And Becky supporter all the way on the left and also on the right. We'll see. As both teams, even after the swap, seems like we are ready to kick in quickly. After 2 members of change for Old Ocean. We'll see the map is Suravasa. And let's see if they can do somewhat more. Old Ocean, they got close against the Falcons, but no map win yet. I think they've almost tasted that victory. Small victory on Samoa. A little further off for King's Row. Maybe it can be a different story for Suravasa as we kick things in to push match point for Team Falcons.
Old Ocean has been playing, a little bit fast and loose. Falcons have been playing a little bit fast and loose. Old Ocean have looked much improved as far as survivability goes. I thought Faith has been playing much better in protecting Lijiang. But compositionally, it looks like we will have the difference of Flyer, and then obviously a little more damage-dealing backline for the Falcons.
Yeah, for the entire day, it's been, how do you handle this Pharah? We're still there. See, up on high ground. Dynamite can do some, but not too much to put him down into the graves. Proper. From the back, some pokes. Proby! Headshot. Nice start to Old Ocean. No Lucio. Extra push from Smurf. Stalker just puts it down himself from the poke from the side. The damage has been done. Turning things for the Falcons without the Lucio.
Yeah, it was really just kind of funny play from Proper on the Pharah, just barely even getting off the ground, kind of playing tank mode, shooting it right down the barrel, not giving Proby a good target to shoot for. So despite losing their Lucio first, the dive comes in and gets so much damage done. And now Falcons is doing what the best teams do on this map. They're taking fights, they're forcing you into an odd position. They don't want to allow a team to set up and get into a position to dive, especially diving with full health. Everyone wants to take damage first. Dive comes in from Smurf first.
There was the cover from Kalios, but a little too late. Proby down. And just with the rush. No extra tools used. Still has the Rage and the Pulse available. Well, Gio was taken down early, so still the sound barrier somewhat away, but already 60+% for the Falcons and Old Ocean. Not really much committed, but that was a second fight loss.
Well, not much committed because they, just now are getting ults online. I mean, they're kind of getting schooled pretty early on here. The Kitsune Rush was really nice, taken down, and then again, the dive comes
catch.
in.
Onto Jaehong, has to be the target. Whoa, hold up. Everyone found the target though. Flip. Ooh, does come through, but there was only Kalios.
Yeah. I mean, great flip came through, doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't
Stalker's
matter.
going to find Becky late, but this is a good showing from Falcons. They finally look a little coordinated. The dive is coming in very cleanly. Stalker and Smurf are there. They're done messing around, and this is where good teams do on this map. They fight you before you're ready. The dive with the Pharah Winston dive on this map has been just exquisite. I think it's the best comp to run on this map. There's a lot of walls to use for mobility. There's a lot of places you can catch a team and split them in half. And that Pharah comes in and just does so much damage.
Leo's reaches up. And a quick attack. Becky recalls back. Around the bubbles. Proper still alive. Pops out from Proby and the Nano. Getting committed. Barrage barrier. Proper will at least deliver some, and of course his own.
Well, Proper doesn't get anything out of that unless that beat comes through. It's a huge beat. Proper's almost dead. It keeps him alive, and they do end up getting the team kill horn. So rather than the sloppy kind of trading nature that we saw from the Falcons on King's Row, they put it together, and now it is just decisive, engages, good team fights. And Proby is going to have to switch off the Ashe, go on to the cast with the mid-range, try to get something done against this dive. Getting some shots.
Will he have better cover when the Nano's ready? We'll see, because Winston has been that Nano target. An 8, even that's not enough. Room with the rally up from Faith.
How is Smurf alive? They all turned around to fight Smurf, and he lives through it.
And he gets extra punch to the Ruby's face.
I think Fielder ended up going with Smurf, keeps him alive there. And 81%, this one has been all Falcons. Old Ocean committed into that one. He saw Kalios dive in, and Smurf didn't care. They knew Smurf was around the corner. The moment he saw Kalios dive in, he's like, cool, free backline, I'll take it.
Pick it down. Must have not had the recall.
Well, I mean, he's got dunked on by a director. Okay, can't recall through that.
Kalios stepped in. Might as well just save it. Second point to Falcons. Going for that match point potential. Proby down.
This chase is brutal.
Nowhere to go from VJ Hong.
Hey, Old Ocean not running a Lucio too. They're not able to engage. They're not able to disengage. They're going to definitely lose those fights where they're sitting in the corner. And they like, there was a half measure of we can't go in. They didn't want to commit the Nano to go in. So they give up the points. But then by giving up the point, you're giving up bodies too, because you're just going to get hunted down by a speed boost.
Oh, look at where they're fighting. This is not the next flashpoint, by the way. They're just fighting off of a weird part of the map. Proper. Taken down with the Nano.
Yeah.
No Deadeye. They're just fighting elsewhere. The point is already unlocked like 10 seconds ago.
Well, Falcons lost 2 to start that fight and then committed the Primal Rage to stay in it. Stalker hits a stick, but Stalker was really low. Just 2 Winston on point. Where are the reinforcements for both squads? You would imagine Falcons should be able to get here quicker with the aid of the Lucio. Yes, everyone's going to get the speed boost out the door, but Lucio can continue the crazy taxi all the way to the point.
Yeah, exactly. Use that speed boost afterwise. Deadeye taken down from Popper and saved by the barrier afterwise.
Another great barrier from Chio.
The teamwork is just there. Perfect timing by Chio. Popper does end up able to take it down. Still the point. Fully capped by Falcons. It's speeding things up. Stalker still contesting. Adios down. Fielder scrolling through Moira back to Kiriko. Old Ocean, they're fighting okay, but still the point is not being flipped. I'm contesting a little bit. Pushing them back, but there's Smurf.
I mean, it's an immobile composition, right? With no Lucio, and Proby is going to be slow. I mean, a somersault is nice, but it's just not enough. Like, Pharah is ultra mobile. You have speed boost, you've got the mobility, you've got concussions with all of these architectures to use. That's why it's so good for the Pharah dive. And 15% away, and Falcons might not even let them get close.
With heal away, great catch by Fielder, carrying his teammates.
You can anti-smurf all you want, but the cleanse has always been there from Fielder. They can't even touch, and that was the Falcons we expected to see throughout. Happiness and some grins on stage. So a breakdown of this series.
Okay.
First map, Control, went kind of weird, back and forth. Looked like Old Ocean was good. I chalked it up to Falcons being pretty terrible on Control. They just have a really bad record on Control. They've lost that map to, I think, like, HaeJeokDan, a couple of teams. They're just bad at Control. Kings Row, it felt like Falcons were just playing sloppy. They were just trying to take 1v1s. They were just going in, thinking that they're the better team. They're overlooking them. It was a weird map, composite, like... Yeah, but eventually they were just a sloppy defense. I think maybe they weren't prepared for the Pharah to come in. But defensively on their second innings, they had a really good strategy on how to build an ultimate before the other team could with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So smart play. And then that map, they're just done messing around. It really beautifully executed Winston Pharah Tracer dive. It was from the get, they figured it out. And just absolute domination. That's how you play that map. That's how the best teams in the world play that map. They play it super mobile. You hunt people down. You take fights where they're not expecting. And when you're running a composition with an Ana and a Brig, and you've got a Cass, you are just going to get out-rotated, out-hunted down, and just the lack of mobility really cost them there. Stalker won player of the match. And yeah, it's based on that third map, that Tracer went nuts.
Yes, Becky had some really good tracers throughout the match, but Stalker certainly the one to deliver player of the match. If you just look at the first 2 matches, little sloppy moments from Falcons, as you pointed out, multiple times. I think as things got a lot more serious, especially coming down to Suravasa, I think that's the type of the match we expected from this matchup. And Old Ocean, without that Lucio, that's a big issue. If they can't have anyone else on the Lucio for push, that is just going to be very rough rotation. You could see Falcons just off positioning, just not going directly into Flashpoint. They were rotationally just going to those off places where you don't really pick a fight, and they were being dominant all over.
But just the counter dive worked so well for Falcons at that last point. Going in, like the moment that Kalios would go in, it didn't matter. They would just counter in, and then even if even if they got slept or antied, they had the Kiri for the cleanse, and so even the alleged punish on the Winston was never there. And then even if it was, there was just way too much damage from Stalker and Proper. I think that Suravasa and this composition on Suravasa is my most favorite thing to watch lately, because we've seen it a couple times. Like watching the Pharah dive with this mobile composition is a thing of beauty, and it's been a joy. Falcons finally look like the team we expected them to look coming into the series.
And we have the final interview of the day from the Falcons. West, take it away.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the final PLTM interview of the day. Team Falcons taking the 3-0 victory. And we have the man himself, Stalker, on stage. So please introduce yourself. And I am Stalker from Team Falcons. It was a clean 3-0 victory. And now you get to have a fan meet quickly as possible. So how do you feel? It was the victory was much closer than we anticipated, so it was fun. So what was tricky about Old Ocean today? I think that we underestimated them, and that's why we gave them opportunities that we shouldn't have given them. How about the momentum of the match? And I didn't think that we would lose, but it was, again, much closer than we anticipated. There's a lot of fans here cheering for Stalker at the venue. Of course, showcasing his Pharah and Tracer. Was there anything particular that you were focused on while playing those heroes? And he says that, hey, I just played the way I did in scrims. Can you comment on the low amount of deaths? And he says, hey, if I feel like I was going to die, I just ran away without looking back.
또 꿀팁을 알려주셨습니다. 자, 오늘 또 스테이지 1 우승팀의 저력이 점점 나오고 있는 팀 팔콘.
Of course, Team Falcons continuing to raise their form. Will they be able to continue? Will they be able to continue raising that form in the future matches? And Stalker says, "We'll do our best."
바랍니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 또 끝나고 팬 미팅이 예정돼 있죠. 팬분들에게도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Lastly, before the fan meet, can you please say a few words?
좋은 모습만 보여드리겠습니다.
Thank you for always your support, and we'll continue to show greatness moving forward.
POTM 포즈 한 번만 보여주시면 고맙겠는데요.
And as for the POTM pose, and Stalker doesn't remember.
네, 이렇게
Never mind, he does.
날려주셨습니다. 지금까지 오늘의 우승팀 팀
And that was the final POTM interview with Stalker from Team Falcons. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
여정까지 마무리가 됐습니다.
Thanks, Quest, for the translation.
돌아올 테니까요. 내일도 다시 봐요.
Last interview of the day. Falcons certainly delivering the 3-0, but it seemed a lot more closer than we expected. The one match that we thought was a highlight, Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. That match seemed a lot more one-sided than I thought, and now the gap turns out to be a fact. The gap seems to be a very wide margins between the first and the second, even from the Koreans. And the Kings are looking like, oh man, I don't even know what to say. Like Caesar level of dominance.
Well, it was nice to see Crazy Raccoon run a little bit different stuff, a nice little wrinkle with the Maga play as well, but they're just so smart about when to engage, when to disengage. Their in-game calling is perfect, their in-game tracking is perfect. We mentioned it yesterday during their matchup too. I think what's so impressed about Crazy Raccoon is not only identifying win conditions, but identifying what the other team's win conditions are and taking them away. Understanding that, oh, this is going to be a Kitsune rush, so we need to back out of it, and just we'll come back in a second. So their communication, their synchronization is just top notch. It is Crazy Raccoon, and then tier break, maybe a second tier break, everybody else, because Zeta Division had been playing very, very well, but you look at it here, has not dropped a map. Crazy Raccoon, Zeta Division 5-1, Falcons 4-2. So Zeta Division needs to win their match tomorrow to make sure that they hold on to that second spot. We do have 4 games tomorrow, by the way. I know we'll get to that in a second, but make sure if you want to see all 4, you tune in 2 hours earlier. So at 11 p.m. Pacific, just giving you my time because that's the easiest one for me. But Poker Face is going to play tomorrow as well. Poker Face and Fnatic are going to be both in the 3rd and 4th matches. And Fnatic will play Team Falcons, who still a ton to play for to make sure that they lock up their spot. Poker Face will play the Pirates here. And yeah, both of them need to win that. And I don't know what the tiebreakers end up being, but still a ton to play for. Tomorrow, I mean, 4 matches to decide everything.
Just look at Crazy Raccoon, 6 plus 18. That's a crazy record for sure. And unless something crazy happens, I think Raccoons might just have a perfect record of 7-21, plus 21.
Yeah,
against VEC.
I was going to say that Crazy Raccoon isn't really a team to like play around and look sloppy. They're pretty dominant, but they did almost yesterday, so I don't think that'll happen again based on how stressful that was. But first 2 matches, obviously the 2 top teams going against 2 of the teams that are struggling in the bottom right now. Fnatic and Falcons going to be huge based on how Falcons have been playing and Fnatic, but that seeding is going to be so important. And then Poker Face might be fighting for their top 4 lives at the end there as well. So a lot of matches to close out the games before we go into the seeding tournament and the lower end knockouts. So a lot left to play for.
Yep, and tomorrow the first 2 matches seems very clearly in heavily favorite of Raccoons and Zeta Division, but Fnatic Falcons, depending on how the match go, might have some more games, some more maps to be played. I think Falcons, they still need to prove. It's been 3 weeks and they still haven't gelled everything together as a team. Happy has been put in a lot for the first 2 weeks. Now we do have Stalker proper back, which is the best DPS to start off. always having some trouble from control. I think there's still some good questions for the Falcons to be answered. Maybe until the last day. Do have the seeding next week, so we might have to wait a little bit extra. The quad match day, first one of the season. I think you and I are also very ready for that as we speak. And turns out the patch didn't really change too much, didn't it? I don't see too much of a change, other than some tempo control from the support line with the dive because of a lot less health for a lot of the supports that got nerfed.
Yeah, it's early, and like I said, it's a different situation than in times prior that the live patch comes through, and then a couple changes, but not enormous changes overall. There's no hero that got like ultra buffed. Even the nerf to Diva, like she's still really good. So I don't expect to see a ton of stuff coming through. Maybe, I mean, I guess the biggest question is next week, will we see the Space Ranger come into play?
Juno will be available next week. So that's going to be the big change. Yeah, been seeing Juno, and a lot of people liking Juno for sure. And even the players saying Juno seems very strong and competitive. Has been the feedback that I was checking out from the community. So very excited for that. But before that, we do have the quad match tomorrow. And to wrap things up for round robin for Korea, thanks for watching, everyone. It was Hex, myself, G Clef. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching.